Chapter 1802. In these 4 years, Lin Tian had mostly forgotten about the fact that he had completely lost his cultivation. Now that he saw Wu Yi treating his injuries and saw the divine power again after 4 years, he remembered it again. When he said these words, he more or less felt a little uncomfortable. "It's good that you're alive," Wu Yi said. Lin Tian forced a bitter smile. "Are you comforting me?" "It's the truth," Wu Yi said. The house was very small, and the only person he still remembered was in front of him. Lin Tian's mood improved a little, but it was only a little. The two of them stayed in the house. Wu Yi still didn't talk much, and Lin Tian was still the one talking most of the time. Very soon, 2 hours passed. After 2 hours, Lin Tian and Wu Yi walked out. He knew that everyone in the village was still worried about him, so he had to reassure them. "He's fine now." "That's great." Seeing Lin Tian walk out, all the villagers were relieved. After that, all the villagers were stunned and revealed strange expressions. Firstly, Lin Tian was clearly so heavily injured earlier, yet he had completely recovered in a short period of 2 hours. Wasn't this speed a bit too fast? It was fast to the point they found it difficult to comprehend. At the same time, Lin Tian and Wu Yi's clothes were stained with a lot of blood. But now their clothes didn't change, but there wasn't a single drop of blood on them. Lin Tian could feel the doubts and astonishment of the villagers, but he didn't explain anything. Some things were better left unexplained. Wu Yi knew that Lin Tian wanted to quell the savage beast disaster in this world, and he knew that he wanted the villagers to have a stable life. So he didn't mention leaving to Lin Tian and stayed in the village. The villagers could see that Wu Yi and Lin Tian were related, so they worked together and built a new house in the village in just 1 day. Because the place where Lin Tian lived before was too small, it was too crowded for the two of them. Time passed day by day. When there were no savage beasts attacking outside the village, Lin Tian would go to the mountains outside the village to build nameless tombs as usual. The only difference was that he used to be alone, but now he had Wu Yi with him. However, Wu Yi just watched quietly from the side and never said anything about helping. She only waited until Lin Tian wanted to go back. Then they would go back to the village together. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. In this 1 year, the savage beasts in this world became even more reckless. More and more savage beasts appeared outside the village. Moreover, among them, there were savage beasts with extremely high intelligence. There were even some savage beasts that could speak human language. This monster. Legend has it that there are some savage beasts in the ominous mountains that can transform into human form and speak human language. So it's true. The villagers were naturally very surprised by this. After that, as such situations became more frequent and more savage beasts that could speak human language appeared, the villagers gradually stopped being shocked because they had seen too many of them and got used to it. Lin Tian was naturally not surprised by this. Under normal circumstances, demonic beasts could transform into human form after reaching the flight realm. It was normal for some special demonic beasts to be able to speak human language when they reached the peak of the divine range realm. Time and time again, Lin Tian led the young men in the village to defend against the savage beasts. Wu Yi did not help. She only stood on the sturdy wall that Lin Tian led the villagers to build and quietly watched Lin Tian fight. When Lin Tian was seriously injured, she would go outside the village to help him back to the village and use her divine power to heal him. Because Lin Tian was the most seriously injured, Lin Tian would always block fatal attacks for the young men who followed him. Most of the time, ordinary herbs could not heal Lin Tian's injuries. She could only use her divine power to help. She only helped Lin Tian treat his injuries. She never fought because she knew that there were some things that Lin Tian wanted to do by himself. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. Sister-in-law. Not good. Brother Tian has been captured by a monster in the ominous mountains. Ask you to go to the Luo 2 wasteland. On this day, A group of young men who often fought against savage beasts with Lin Tianyi knocked on Wu Yi's door with anxious expressions. Not long after Wu Yi appeared, they called Wu Yi sister-in-law. They all felt that although Lin Tian and Wu Yi were not married and did not live in the same room, they definitely had that kind of relationship. Wu Yi nodded without any change in her expression. She just nodded slightly, closed the door, and walked out of the village. She knew where the Luo Tu wasteland that the group of young men were talking about was. It was about 10 miles away from the village. The young men in the village all carried weapons and followed her. Even some of the middle-aged and elderly people in the village were anxious when they heard that Lin Tian had been captured by a monster. They carried their hoes and wanted to help as well. To them, Lin Tian was not only a hero who helped them fight against savage beasts time and time again, but also a relative of everyone in the village. "I'll go alone." Wu Yi's voice was very soft. She did not turn around. However, in the next moment, the villagers were stunned. Wu Yi's figure disappeared from their sight. White clouds floated in the sky. 10 miles away from the village, there was a towering mountain. It was surrounded by wisps of black fog. Outside the mountain, there was a large wasteland. The exact size of the wasteland was unknown. In the wasteland, there was a dense demonic fog lingering in the air. About 10,000 savage beasts gathered together, forming a black mass. It was very frightening. The leader was a very scantily clad, charming woman. "This king wants to see how beautiful that human you speak of is." Someone actually dares to say that this king is not comparable to her. The woman sneered. She was a snake demon whose cultivation had reached the Void Realm level 5. She was the king of the vicious mountain behind her, the king of all the savage beasts here. "No, no such thing. You are the absolute queen of the world. You are the most beautiful and noble. How can a mere human be compared to you? There's something wrong with the eyes of those little demons." Beside her, a monkey demon hurriedly said. In these years, many savage beasts in the mountain who had gained intelligence and could speak human language attacked the village 10 miles away. When they saw Wu Yi, they were extremely stunned. They often talked about her, saying that she was more beautiful than their queen. 3 days ago, the charming woman who had just come out of seclusion heard this and directly killed a group of demonic beasts who were talking about her. Then she ordered that the humans mentioned by the group of demonic beasts be brought to her. This human male and that human female seemed to be husband and wife. This person is in our hands. That woman will be here soon. The monkey demon had the cultivation of the Sea of Consciousness, level 9. He respectfully and carefully said to the charming woman, "We have deliberately released a group of humans to inform that woman. Girl, please wait for a moment." The charming woman snorted coldly. She looked at the 2 demonic bears who were holding Lin Tian, who were at the Sea of Consciousness, level 7. She said, "Humans are all greedy for life and afraid of death. Will that woman really come? Why don't you just catch her directly?" The monkey demon paused and said, "To be honest, there is a village there. Outside the village, there is a very strong defensive wall. It is very difficult for us to rush in and catch her." As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian and said, "It seems to be this human who led the other humans in the village to build the wall. Moreover, this human is not simple. Some of our brothers who are at the peak of the divine range level are not his match." As he spoke, the monkey demon looked at Lin Tian. His eyes were very gloomy. These years, Lin Tian had led the people in the village to block the attacks of the savage beasts. They had not tasted human blood and flesh for many years. Moreover, they had lost many of their kind. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to use Lin Tian to lure that woman out of the village, he would have killed Lin Tian long ago. "Oh, a mere human can block the attacks of our kind who are at the Sea of Consciousness level 9 divine range?" The charming woman was a little surprised. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Tian. "It is true. I don't dare to lie to the queen. "This human is very strong," the monkey demon said. The charming woman snorted coldly. He was strong, but he was just a barbarian. Lin Tian was being held by the two demonic bears. When he heard the monkey demon and the charming woman's words, he did not care. He just felt a little bitter that he would be suppressed by several savage beasts at the Sea of Consciousness level one day. She is here. The queen is here. Chapter 1803. Walking out of the village, Wu Yi arrived at the outskirts of the fallen earth wasteland. Her steps were very gentle, and the expression on her face was as calm as ever. Wu Yi. Lin Tian was being held down by two bear demons. Her body was stained with a lot of blood, and her spirit was very weak. Even her vision was very blurry at this time, and she couldn't see many things clearly. However, she could still recognize Wu Yi. Many savage beasts gathered in the surroundings. When they saw Wu Yi walking over, many of the demonic beasts with intelligence couldn't help but be stunned. They stared at Wu Yi without blinking. They were all stunned by his peerless appearance. The charming woman couldn't help but be stunned. Before reaching the airborne realm, she had seen many human women who transformed into human form with their demon bodies. Naturally, her beauty was not bad, and she was very confident. However, now, seeing Wu Yi coming and looking at her beauty, she was almost petrified for a moment. She couldn't believe that there was someone in this world with such a beautiful face. She tried to find some flaws, but it was completely futile. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find a single flaw. For the first time, she understood the meaning of the word perfect. Let go. Wu Yi stopped 10 meters away from the group of beasts. Seeing Lin Tian being held by two bear demons, her eyes fell on the charming woman. With her intelligence, she could naturally see that the charming woman was the leader of the group of beasts. The charming woman came back to her senses, and her face became a little ugly. Her subordinates were talking about Wu Yi being more beautiful than her, so she directly took action and killed those subordinates. Then, she ordered the other subordinates to capture Wu Yi and see if Wu Yi was really more beautiful than her. She didn't believe that there was anyone in this world who was more beautiful than her. Even if there was, it was definitely only a little bit more beautiful than her. However, now that she saw Wu Yi, she found that her appearance was not comparable to Wu Yi's at all. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. This feeling made her feel very uncomfortable. Very beautiful indeed. Very beautiful indeed. She sneered, and the aura around her body turned cold. Facing this kind of aura, the Sea of Consciousness realm monkey demon at the side immediately trembled, fearing that the charming woman would implicate them due to her anger. He hurriedly flattered loudly, "Not as beautiful as your majesty." Yes, she's not as beautiful as her majesty. The queen is the most beautiful. Yes, the queen is the most beautiful. The other intelligent demonic beasts also followed suit. Their thoughts were the same as the monkey demons. Naturally, they wouldn't speak the truth and say that Wu Yi was beautiful. Going against their king was simply courting death. The queen is the most beautiful. The group of monsters roared. Although the charming woman knew that the demons were speaking against their will because they were afraid of her, it still made her feel a little better. Let go. Wu Yi's voice sounded again. He looked at the charming woman and said. His expression did not change at all. He was still very calm. It was very easy for her to save Lin Tian from this group of demonic beasts. She could do it with just a glance, but she didn't do it. This situation was different from the few times when she helped Lin Tian. There were a few times when Lin Tian's cultivation was still there, and he encountered a few difficulties with enemies whose cultivation was stronger than his. But now Lin Tian's cultivation was gone, and he was suppressed by several Sea of Consciousness realm demonic beasts. If she took action at this time and saved Lin Tian from the Sea of Consciousness realm demonic beasts who captured and suppressed Lin Tian, it would more or less stimulate Lin Tian, and it might make Lin Tian feel more sad. She didn't want that. In these few years, Lin Tian had accumulated enough sadness and pain. The charming woman's face darkened. Wu Yi's beauty made her uncomfortable. She dared to be more beautiful than her. Wu Yi's calmness also made her uncomfortable. She was just a human woman. But facing her, a flying demonic beast who could transform into human form, she didn't panic at all. She was very uncomfortable. A mere human dares to speak to this king so calmly. She looked at Wu Yi, then sneered at Lin Tian. She took out a dagger and threw it at Wu Yi's feet, saying, "I can see that he is very important to you. If you want this king to let him go, sure, kneel down and beg this king, then cut your own face a few times, and this king will let him go." Wu Yi's beauty made her very uncomfortable. However, she wouldn't kill immediately. She wanted to play with Wu Yi for a while. First, she would destroy Wu Yi's face, then kill her. She felt that it was very interesting to let Wu Yi destroy her own face. It was more interesting than doing it herself. Let go. Wu Yi's expression didn't change. She still said the same two words. She didn't even look at the dagger at her feet. This kind of calmness made the charming woman even more unhappy. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Wu Yi. She still didn't kill her. She wanted to play with and torture Wu Yi for a while before making a move. Only then would she be able to vent her anger. She looked at Wu Yi and smiled charmingly. She walked in front of Lin Tian and said to Wu Yi, "This is your man, right? I wonder how you will react if this king absorbs all of his yang energy in front of your eyes?" Her charming smile became somewhat obscene through intercourse. As she said this, she stuck out her tongue and looked at Wu Yi in a lascivious manner. Then she slowly licked Lin Tian's face, leaving a few drops of saliva on Lin Tian's face. Lin Tian's body immediately trembled. He couldn't help but clench his fists. His fingernails dug deep into the flesh of his palms. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Wu Yi's calmness gradually dissipated. Wisps of wind appeared around her body, causing her skirt to gently sway. In the blink of an eye, the white clouds in the sky became as black as ink. Bolts of lightning exploded in the sky. An entire savage world trembled as if it was going to collapse in the next moment. An aura that caused the heavens and earth to tremble spread out from her body, and countless creatures were terrified. In an instant, all the worlds in the universe were shaken. Ancient living fossils that had been sleeping for countless years woke up. They were all shocked. At the same time, in a boundlessly vast and unknown world, celestial mountains and divine mountains towered into the sky, while divine rivers flowed smoothly. A gentle breeze was produced, causing the branches and leaves of the ancient trees that reached the heavens to sway, and the clouds to flow faster. Then pairs of extremely deep eyes opened. It was as if they had seen all the reincarnations of the universe. Their eyes were intertwined with indescribable shock. This aura, half-step divine emperor. A mere half-step divine emperor's aura can penetrate into the heavenly world of nothingness. How is this possible? Even a peak divine emperor can't do this. Pairs of deep eyes couldn't help but violently tremble. Boom! In the wild world, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. The entire world trembled. Endless darkness covered the entire world. In the sky, rolling thunder surged. It was as if an apocalyptic, heavenly tribulation had appeared. Chapter 1804. The barren world was pitch black and the wind was howling. The entire world was shaking, as if the end of the world had come. This was the first time Lin Tian had seen Wu Yi so emotional. It was also the first time he had seen Wu Yi exude such a strong aura. Even though he had lost all his cultivation, he could still feel the world trembling, as if it had a consciousness of its own. The charming woman in the airborne realm was completely dumbfounded. The monkey demon and tens of thousands of other monsters next to her were also stunned. After a few breaths, the barren world stopped shaking, and the darkness in the sky gradually dissipated. The charming woman and tens of thousands of other monsters were shattered one by one, dissipating like light. From beginning to end, they didn't even let out a scream. The bear demon holding Lin Tian disappeared. Lin Tian was covered in blood, and his head was dizzy. He couldn't stand still and knelt down. Wu Yi, dressed in white, regained her calmness. She paused on the spot, walked up to Lin Tian and squatted down. It's no big deal to lose your cultivation. You can remember your lost memories. As long as you want to, everything can be restored. Her voice was very soft. She wiped the saliva left by the charming woman on Lin Tian's face. Let's get married. Lin Tian Wei trembled. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Wu Yi in a daze. Why? He moved his lips. There was surprise, sadness, and self-mockery. Why do you say such things? Even when he was still in cultivation, he would occasionally feel inferior when facing Wu Yi. He used to think that no one was worthy of the woman in front of him. When he was still in cultivation, he had such feelings. Now that his cultivation was gone, he was crippled. How could he marry such a perfect woman? She wanted to marry him like this? Don't say such things just to pity me. Don't marry me just because you pity me. That's your life. He clenched his fists. Hearing such words at this time made him feel even more uncomfortable. Wu Yi looked at him calmly. Do you think I would marry someone just because I pity someone? Her voice was still very soft. You asked why, because you have me in your heart, and because I have you in my heart. The holy light origin and the void origin had collided again and again in her body. She should have died long ago, but Lin Tian had disregarded his own life and forcefully given her a large amount of reincarnation origin, allowing the two king body origins in her body to reach a balance, allowing her to avoid death. In the void domain, it was Lin Tian who had accompanied her for 300 years, and it was Lin Tian who had taken care of her for 300 years. 300 years of being alone with each other, 100,000 days and nights of careful care, was enough to imprint Lin Tian's shadow in her heart. Lin Tian trembled again. Because you have me in your heart, and because I have you in my heart, this simple sentence made him feel even worse. What did the current him have to marry this woman? I am not qualified. He clenched his fists even tighter. Wu Yi looked at him quietly without any change in her expression. The man who once quelled the dark chaos by himself, the man who wiped out a true immortal clan in a fit of anger for his disciple, the man who killed a heavenly god with his immortal king cultivation for his younger sister. Now you don't even have the courage to marry a woman? She looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Wu Yi looked at him, her expression still calm, and her voice even softer. The only person who can marry me is you. Lin Tian clenched his fists even tighter, and then he gradually relaxed them. The sky returned to its usual appearance. White clouds floated in the blue sky, flowing with the flow of time. A gentle divine power enveloped Lin Tian. Wu Yi pulled Lin Tian's hand, stood up from the ground, and returned to the village side by side. On this day, the village was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. A large red she character was posted outside Lin Tian's house, and it was filled with joy. Everyone in the village witnessed Lin Tian and Wu Yi's wedding ceremony, and their faces were filled with blessings. The sun set, and the sky gradually darkened. Lin Tian and Wu Yi were sent into the house together by the villagers. Because it was an ancient ceremony, the two of them were wearing red wedding clothes. A red veil covered Wu Yi's head, covering her face that could make the world dim. Lin Tian gently lifted it. The wooden table in the house was filled with wine jugs and wine cups. The two of them sat by the bed, and in the blink of an eye, more than an hour passed. The darkness of the night gradually became thicker. Am I not attractive? Wu Yi asked. Lin Tian was moved. He got up and extinguished the oil lamp in the house. In the darkness, the sound of clothes being taken off could be heard, floating in the house. The night was captivating, and the full moon stood in the sky, looking exceptionally beautiful. Time passed little by little. At the top of the sky, where the two of them were in, ripples appeared in the air, and a divine diagram gradually condensed and slowly rotated at the top of the sky. After an hour, it gradually dissipated. In the starry sky, stars dotted the sky, and the darkness slowly dissipated with the passage of time. The morning sun appeared in the sky, and a gentle morning light shone on the village, enveloping the entire village. Lin Tian and Wu Yi woke up at the same time. The simple and neat bed sheets were stained with blood, and Lin Tian carefully put them away. Some things were very precious. He looked at Wu Yi and wanted to say something, but in the next moment his expression changed slightly. He moved his hand, and a faint light appeared in the palm of his hand. He hurriedly used his will, and then found that he could look into his body. His withered life source was glowing again, and his scattered cultivation base was beginning to reappear. Although he didn't immediately reach his former peak state, he was recovering bit by bit. At the same time, he remembered all the important people he had forgotten. He remembered all of them, and the bits and pieces of the past were all in his mind. This surprised and delighted him, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Then he looked at Wu Yi and vaguely guessed something. Looking at Wu Yi, he asked, "You knew from the beginning that after we slept together, my life source would recover." He thought of something. Wu Yi had his reincarnation source in her body. When they merged into one, a familiar aura from Wu Yi's body entered his. At that time, he didn't notice it, but now that he thought about it, it was the aura of his reincarnation source. Only the source that belongs to you can light up your source. Wu Yi said softly. Lin Tian heard this, and his heart trembled violently. "You married me to let me recover?" Wu Yi tilted her head and looked at him. "Don't make me angry." Lin Tian understood what she meant. For the first time in so many years, he showed a real smile. "I'm sorry." The warm sun shone on the village, and the sun rose even higher. The two of them walked out of the house and walked in the village. Everyone in the village saw the two of them and gave them their blessings. The old, the young, the women, and the children all took the initiative to greet the two of them. Wu Yi was still as quiet as before. When Lin Tian didn't speak, she didn't say anything. Walking in the village, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. This world is full of savage beasts, and it's very dangerous for ordinary people. It's not even suitable for ordinary people to live. I want to make this world really stable before I leave. Chapter 1805. After failing the heavenly tribulation and falling into this world, he wanted to truly protect everyone in the village. Until now, this thought had not changed. Now that his cultivation was gradually recovering, he felt that he should be able to completely restore peace to this world where savage beasts ran rampant, so that the people in the village could be truly safe and would no longer have to worry about the threat of savage beasts. Okay. Wu Yi nodded. The two of them walked in the village, looking very warm. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, savage beasts still appeared frequently outside the village. Although more than 10,000 savage beasts in the ominous mountain dozens of miles away from the village died under Wu Yi's aura, there were more than one ominous mountain nearby. There were many savage beasts in each ominous mountain. Savage beasts would often jump out of the mountains and appear outside the village, wanting to rush in to hunt for food. During this month, Lin Tian's cultivation recovered from being completely crippled to the divine vein level. While fending off the savage beasts that appeared from time to time, he began to teach some people in the village how to cultivate. He used his restored divine vein level cultivation to guide the villagers' cultivation. When the villagers first came into contact with cultivation, they were shocked and excited. Later on, they respected Lin Tian even more. At the same time during this month, he would still go to the mountain outside the village to build nameless tombs. Every time he went, Wu Yi would always follow him. She did not help at all, only watching quietly from the side. On this day, once again in the mountain outside the village, Lin Tian built a batch of nameless tombs. When he called Wu Yi back to the village, he vaguely felt that Wu Yi's spirit had weakened a little. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" he asked Wu Yi. Wu Yi shook her head, paused, and said softly, "I'm pregnant." As she said this, her expression was still very calm. Lin Tian could not calm down. When these two words fell into his ears, it was as if a divine bell was ringing. Wu Yi was pregnant. Really? He asked anxiously. Wu Yi nodded. There was a new life in her body, so her aura was affected and weakened a little. After getting a positive answer, Lin Tian became even more excited. He was wild with joy and hugged Wu Yi. Knowing that he had flesh and blood, how could he not be excited? This was even more pleasantly surprised than his life essence being reignited. He was going to be a father. "Let's go back to the village," Wu Yi said softly. Regarding the fact that she was pregnant, there was actually a glimmer of light in her eyes. However, compared to Lin Tian's wild joy, it could be said that there were no ripples. "All right, let's go back." Lin Tian was very happy and pulled Wu Yi into the village. Time passed bit by bit. Usually, Lin Tian taught the young people in the village how to cultivate. He led the young people to fend off the attacks of the savage beasts and built the nameless tomb in the mountains outside the village. Then he spent the rest of his time with Wu Yi. In the blink of an eye, more than 8 months had passed. In more than 8 months, his cultivation had recovered to the immortal ascension realm. Under his guidance, many young people in the village had reached the first tier of the divine range realm, and the weakest had reached the 7th tier of the body tempering realm. Most of the time, only these young people could fend off the savage beasts that appeared. More than 8 months later, on a sunny day, a baby's cry rang out in the village. It was especially crisp. There were no shocking phenomena. After nearly 10 months of pregnancy, everything was very peaceful, just like ordinary people. On this day, Wu Yi gave birth to her and Lin Tian's child. It was a girl. She looked like she was carved from jade and was very cute. "You name her," Wu Yi said to Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian could not hide his excitement. He nodded with a smile and took the cute baby in swaddling clothes from Wu Yi's hands. This was his and Wu Yi's child, his and Wu Yi's daughter. When she grows up, she will definitely be as beautiful and powerful as you. He looked at his own flesh and blood, then at Wu Yi and finally at his daughter in swaddling clothes. He smiled and said, Ruoxian Lin." In the swaddling clothes, the newborn child seemed to be able to understand his words. She let out a cry as if she was cheering. Lin Tian smiled even more happily. Then, in the next moment, he could not help but tremble slightly. In the depths of his mind, the figure of a young girl in white suddenly flashed, with a hint of playfulness, and disappeared in a flash. He could not help but be startled. What was that figure just now? "What's wrong?" Wu Yi asked. Lin Tian came back to his senses. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Nothing." His daughter, in swaddling clothes, was moving around. His mind was instantly drawn to this child. "What do you think of this name?" He teased his daughter and asked Wu Yi. "Pretty good." Wu Yi nodded. She looked at little Ruoxian in Lin Tian's hands and smiled. Lin Tianwei was stunned. Then his smile widened. "Congratulations, Brother Tian. Congratulations, sister-in-law. Congratulations, congratulations." Wu Yi gave birth to little Ruoxian on this day. Naturally, everyone in the village knew. Everyone came to congratulate them and sent many gifts. These gifts were very ordinary, but Lin Tian still took them all and thanked the villagers one by one. On a day of great joy, he would not refuse the gifts of others. Time passed unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. 5 years later, little Ruoxian was 5 years old. She could already run wherever she wanted. Occasionally, she would run, and she would fly on her own. Many people in the village were shocked. Lin Tian himself was even more shocked. In these 5 years, he often accompanied little Ruoxian and Wu Yi. He took little Ruoxian to many corners of the world. Occasionally, he would even let little Ruoxian ride him like a horse. He doted on little Ruoxian, but he never taught little Ruoxian cultivation. It could be said that little Ruoxian's cultivation was not even at the first tier of the body refinement realm. However, even so, little Ruoxian was actually able to fly as she ran. She was able to do something that only airborne realm cultivators were able to do. It was difficult for him not to be moved, as it was truly a bit shocking. She was only 5 years old, and she could do this without cultivation. If she embarked on the path of cultivation in the future, how amazing would she be? My guess when I named her back then was not wrong. In the future, she can really be as strong as you. He smiled happily and said to Wu Yi. He had a real understanding of Wu Yi's strength. A few years ago, when that charming woman in the airborne realm humiliated him, Wu Yi's aura was too terrifying. He knew of a group of supreme experts, the King of Chaos, Sakura, the Old Hoodlum, and Ao Jian Tinzuan. He had seen the original body of these existences and experienced their peak aura. However, the peak aura of those people was not as terrifying as that of Wu Yi. At that time, Wu Yi was like the ruler of the world, and thousands of people were terrified. Chapter 1806. Little Ruoxian's miraculous abilities surprised Lin Tian. She was too extraordinary. When will I start teaching her cultivation? He asked Wu Yi, 10 years old. Wu Yi said. His expression was very gentle as he watched little Ruoxian play with other children of the same age in the village in the distance. Okay, as you wish. Lin Tian nodded. Under normal circumstances, 10 years old was the earliest age for a human to embark on the path of cultivation. Because of this, the body would not be able to bear it. Of course, with his and Wu Yi's abilities, they did not need to care about this at all. They could have helped little Ruoxian steadily embark on the path of cultivation at a very early age. However, they did not. Now that Wu Yi said this, he knew very well what Wu Yi was thinking. He just wanted little Ruoxian to live a carefree and happy childhood like an ordinary child. This was because, no matter how smooth the path of cultivation was, there would still be some suffering. For example, in the refining body and the divine pulse realm, pure cultivation would bring severe pain to the body. Wu Yi did not want his daughter to suffer that kind of pain so early. Of course, his thoughts were the same as Wu Yi's. Father, ride the horse. Little Ruoxian trotted over, grabbed Lin Tian's trousers, and looked up at Lin Tian like a little fairy. Okay. Lin Tian smiled. He squatted down and let little Ruoxian sit on his back. He really did look like a horse carrying little Ruoxian around the house. It really did not look good. However, he did not care at all. This was his flesh and blood. Even if he died for the little girl, he would not frown. What was the big deal about being a horse? Wu Yi stood quietly at the side, watching the father and daughter play with each other. His expression became even gentler. Time passed day by day. Lin Tian still frequently went to the mountains outside the village to build the nameless tomb. What was different from before was that not only did he have Wu Yi with him, but also little Ruoxian. The little fellow and Wu Yi stood aside and looked at the nameless tombs. He asked Wu Yi curiously, "Mother, what are these?" Wu Yi looked at the nameless tombs that covered the mountains and looked at Lin Tian, who was continuing to build the nameless tombs. She said softly, "This is your father's kindness." Lin Tian claimed that it was his fault for mistakenly killing 180,000 people. But she didn't think so. It wasn't Lin Tian's fault. After that, Lin Tian suffered for several years. He built nameless tombs here with his bare hands, erecting tombstones for the nameless victims. She kept watching and saw only kindness and gentleness. Oh. Little Ruoxian didn't understand, but she still nodded her little head. The sun set in the west, and dusk soon arrived. Lin Tian carried little Ruoxian and let the little fellow sit on his neck. He walked back to the village with Wu Yi, brother Tian, sister-in-law. Seeing Lin Tian, little Ruoxian, and Wu Yi return to the village, many people in the village warmly greeted them. Lin Tian nodded to everyone and then said to a young man named Erju, "Next, Wu Yi and I will go to the various ominous mountains in this world. During this time, you guys protect the village." Over the years, as his cultivation gradually recovered, he had engraved many killing formations around the village. If ordinary beasts came to the village to cause trouble, they would definitely be killed in the blink of an eye. Even so, if he wanted to leave, he still had to inform the people in the village and remind them to be careful. "Brother Tian, don't worry. We will definitely protect the village," the young man named Erju said solemnly. Now, everyone in the village knew about cultivation, and they all knew that Lin Tian was extraordinary. Therefore, although the ominous mountains in this world were very dangerous, they were very relieved. Lin Tian nodded, patted Erju's shoulder, and returned to his house with Wu Yi and little Ruoxian. In the blink of an eye, the night passed quickly. The next day, when the sun had just risen, Lin Tian and Wu Yi walked out of the village and entered the ominous mountains that were filled with savage beasts. They wanted to understand the true strength of the savage beasts in this world so that they could make various preparations to protect the village. Then they left with Wu Yi and little Ruoxian. As they walked through the ominous mountains, he saw too many savage beasts. There were even immortal realm demonic beasts in the ominous mountains. Among them, the immortal realm beast kings in several ominous mountains attacked him, but the result was naturally tragic. All the beast kings that attacked him were suppressed by him with a raise of his hand. During this process, Wu Yi and little Ruoxian were together. They would not teach little Ruoxian cultivation now, but when he fought with the savage beasts, they could still let the little girl watch. Time passed quickly, and soon 6 months had passed. In these 6 months, Lin Tian, little Ruoxian, and Wu Yi walked through the countless ominous mountains in this desolate world. On this day, they arrived at the most vast and infamous ominous mountain in this desolate world. It was also the last ominous mountain that they did not set foot on in this desolate world. He brought little Ruoxian and Wu Yi into this ominous mountain. Not long after they entered, the entire ominous mountain shook violently. There was a turbulent demonic aura, and a dense pack of savage beasts rushed out, forming a black mass. There were 3 transformed savage beasts as the leaders. The 3 leaders were surrounded by the aura of half-step Nirvana realm. I heard that recently, a few humans have entered the demon mountains and suppressed many immortal realm beast kings. They are very powerful. Is it you guys? One of the beast kings sneered and stared at Lin Tian and the other 2. "I will devour you." As it spoke, it immediately attacked. At the same time, the other 2 beast kings attacked together. Each of them released a powerful demonic aura and suppressed the 3 of them, but the outcome was naturally very lamentable. After he married Wu Yi, his cultivation had already recovered completely in over 6 years of time. Presently, he was at the peak of the initial stage of the true God realm, and he might step into the intermediate stage of the true God realm at any moment. So how could a few half-step rebirth realm ferocious beasts be a match for him? He raised his hand and swept the 3 beast kings away. They crashed through dozens of ancient trees and fell to the ground in the distance. They did not move and did not stand up again. He didn't slap them to death directly because that would cause a lot of blood to splatter. Little Ruoxian was traveling with him and Wu Yi. The little fellow was still young, and he didn't want the little fellow to see too much blood. "Father is so powerful," little Ruoxian said with admiration. "Ruoxian will be this powerful in the future." "No, she will be even more powerful than this," Lin Tian said with a smile. He did not care about the terrified expressions of the savage beasts in the demon mountains. He carried little Ruoxian and left with Wu Yi. Soon they returned to the village. In 6 months, he thoroughly understood the strength of the savage beasts in this world. With the killing array he engraved outside the village, it was definitely enough to protect the village. In this world, no savage beasts could threaten the village. If all the savage beasts in this world attacked the village together, they would all be destroyed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months had passed. He used special treasures to increase the strength of many young adults in the village. A few of them reached the Emperor realm, which was enough to protect the village. Moreover, on this day, he dug up a total of 180,000 nameless tombs in the mountains outside the village. The 180,000 creatures he killed by mistake. He didn't know their names, but he erected tombstones for every single one of them. Chapter 1807. Hearing that Lin Tian was about to leave this world, everyone in the village was very reluctant to part with him. However, they had known for a long time that Lin Tian did not belong to this world. He had entered this world by accident. They also knew that Lin Tian was not an ordinary person. Lin Tian had a vaster world that belonged to him. Brother Tian, we will work hard to cultivate and become stronger. We will follow in your footsteps in the future and fight for you. A group of young people in the village clenched their fists and said. Lin Tian shook his head. Your responsibility is to protect the village and the other humans in this world. Protect the village and this world. Follow Brother Tian. It's all the same. We have to do it. The young people in the village said seriously. Lin Tianwei smiled and did not say anything else. He looked at the 180,000 nameless tombs outside the village and asked the young people in the village to help him take care of these tombs. Finally, he waved goodbye to everyone in the village. A faint golden divine light flashed around him, enveloping Wu Yi and little Ruoxian, and disappeared in an instant. The people in the village stared blankly at Lin Tian, Wu Yi, and little Ruoxian as they disappeared. They only came back to their senses after dozens of breaths. To the people in the village, Lin Tian meant too much. Work hard to cultivate, become stronger, become even stronger. In the future, as long as we can do something for Brother Tian, we will not have wasted our time in this world. A young man clenched his fists and said. The void was dark. Lin Tian left the village with Wu Yi and little Ruoxian. They traveled through the void. Not long after, a faint light flashed, and the three of them appeared in the starry sky. It's so beautiful. Little Ruoxian's eyes were very bright. The little girl grew up with Lin Tian and Wu Yi. Although she had not started cultivating, she knew about cultivation and had come into contact with it a lot. Therefore, she was not shocked to appear in the starry sky. In fact, the little fellow was only 6 years old now. A 6-year-old child would feel curiosity and novelty towards all kinds of strange things and would rarely feel shock. Not as beautiful as your mother, Lin Tian said to the little fellow with a smile. Little Ruoxian nodded without hesitation. She felt that Lin Tian's words were the truest truth in the world. She hugged Wu Yi's arm and said, Mother is the most beautiful. You're the prettiest. Lin Tian smiled even wider and rubbed the little girl's head lovingly. Wu Yi didn't smile as brightly as Lin Tian, but there was also a gentle smile on her face. Let's go. Lin Tian Dao. He raised his hand and tore open a space tunnel, leading Wu Yi and little Ruoxian into it. In the next moment, they appeared in front of a colorful planet. It was the ancient planet of the 10 directions, Heaven Domain. With his current true immortal realm cultivation base, it wasn't difficult for him to tear open a space tunnel in the starry sky and appear in front of a specific planet. At this time, looking at the huge planet in front of him, his eyes couldn't help but intertwine with a faint light. After failing the tribulation, he lost all his cultivation base and forgot about the important people. Now, after 10 years, he returned to this place again. He suddenly had a feeling of being separated from this world, and his heart was full of emotions. He took a deep breath and calmed down a little. Then, with Wu Yi and little Ruoxian, He directly broke through the ancient planet's barrier and appeared in the 10th heaven of the 10 directions heaven domain. After that, he tore open a space tunnel again and appeared in the 9th heaven. Let's go to Ethereal Mountain first, he said to Wu Yi. With their current cultivation base, they just took a simple step and arrived at Ethereal Mountain in the 9th heaven in the blink of an eye. Ethereal Mountain was full of immortal energy, and ancient trees were everywhere. Lin Tian, Wu Yi, and little Ruoxian soon arrived at the main peak of Ethereal Mountain. The air on the main peak of Ethereal Mountain was very good, and it was exceptionally quiet. Where are little Violet, AI, and Ziyu? Lin Tian looked around. Wu Yi was the master of Ethereal Mountain. Violet Fairy and AI also lived here. Later, Violet Fairy's younger sister, Ziyu, also lived here. Of course, and Shui, who liked and worshipped Wu Yi and refused to leave this place. They usually lived in this place, but now that they came back, they didn't see anyone. They went to look for you. Wu Yi said softly. 10 years ago, Lin Tian disappeared, and all his acquaintances in the 10 directions heaven went to look for Lin Tian. Violet Fairy and the others were no exception. Lin Tian suddenly understood and sighed. Sorry for the trouble. Wu Yi didn't say anything. He pulled little Ruoxian to a small courtyard on Ethereal Mountain. In the center of the courtyard, there was a small, pure, white jade platform on a wooden table. It was left behind by Violet Fairy. Whoever found Lin Tian first and returned here would use this jade platform to cast a spell. The small jade talismans that corresponded to this jade platform on the others would react. Wu Yi's hand glowed faintly. He tapped the jade platform lightly, and wisps of faint divine light flashed and disappeared. Time flew, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. An hour later, a bright divine light flashed, intertwined with astonishing demonic power, rushed into Ethereal Mountain from outside. Brother! With a surprised and excited voice, a girl who looked to be 11 or 12 years old rushed here, threw herself in front of Lin Tian, and hung on Lin Tian's neck. She was the master of the Demon King Palace in the 10 directions heaven, Violet Fairy. Sorry to make you worry. Lin Tian chuckled. For the past 10 years, Violet Fairy had been looking for him outside. I'm so glad you're okay. Violet Fairy hugged him and said, tears even flashing in her eyes. When she first learned from Whooshing Crocodile that Lin Tian had failed to pass the tribulation and disappeared, she was so scared that she almost fainted. Now that she saw Lin Tian standing in front of her safe and sound, she was naturally very happy. Just a moment ago, she was still looking for Lin Tian all over the world. Suddenly, the small jade talisman that was related to the jade platform reacted. She was surprised and happy, and immediately returned to Ethereal Mountain as fast as she could. I'm fine. Lin Tian smiled. Violet Fairy nodded and let go of Lin Tian's neck. She wiped the tears from her eyes and then looked at Wu Yi. Little Yi was the first to find Big Brother. I knew it would be like this. She looked at Wu Yi and smiled. Then she saw the delicate little Ruoxian beside Wu Yi. She was a little curious. Little Yi, who is this? Wu Yi pulled the little Ruoxian and nodded slightly to Violet Fairy. Then he said to the little Ruoxian, call her Aunt. Aunt. The little Ruoxian was very obedient. She looked at Violet Fairy and called out sweetly. Violet Fairy was stunned. Hearing Wu Yi's words and hearing the little Ruoxian call her aunt, her eyes widened. You guys, this is your... She looked at Wu Yi, then looked at Lin Tian, and then at the little Ruoxian. Naturally, she could guess many things. Her mouth couldn't help but slowly open. She was really quite shocked. Chapter 1808. The Violet Fairy was shocked. After 10 years, she found out that Lin Tian and Wu Yi had a child. Moreover, the little one was already 6 years old. She stared at Lin Tian and Wu Yi with her eyes wide open. Only after 10 breaths of time had passed did she accept this fact. She calmed down slightly. Then, after a few breaths of time, she truly calmed down. As expected of Lord Big Brother, you actually managed to abduct little E. She giggled and looked at Lin Tian. She was a little mischievous, although it's a little difficult to match little E, other than Lord Big Brother. No one can marry little E. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. How could he have abducted her? Little cutie, come, let Auntie give you a hug. The violet fairy's gaze landed on little Ruoxian. She floated over and hugged little Ruoxian. She rubbed her head against little E. She was very fond of her. Then, when they saw little Ruoxian, they found out that Lin Tian and Wu Yi were married. When they found out that little Ruoxian was Lin Tian and Wu Yi's child, they were all dumbfounded and shocked. And Shui Shui, in particular, looked a little angry at Lin Tian. Seeing her like this, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel speechless. He felt as if he had stolen her treasure. Time passed. Very soon, 6 hours had passed. I'm going back to the immortal court. After 6 hours, he said goodbye to Wu Yi. Little Ruoxian naturally stayed by Wu Yi's side. Then he said goodbye to the Violet Fairy and the others. Only then did he leave Ethereal Mountain. During these 10 years, all of his friends and family were worried about him. He naturally had to return to the immortal court in time and let these friends and family know that he was very safe now, so that they wouldn't continue to worry. After leaving Misty Mountain, he quickly returned to the immortal court. Then he found that Jiyu, Bai Qiu, Shuiyi, Sushu, Lin Tian, and his other relatives and friends were not there. Only when he summoned the powerful generals of the immortal court did he know that Jiyu and the others, like the Violet Fairy and the others, had gone out to search for him 10 years ago. Until now they had not returned. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that when they left the 10 directions heaven to search for him, they left behind something similar to the jade platform left behind by the Violet Fairies in the Ethereal Mountain. They also instructed the immortal court's powerful generals to guard it. These generals also knew how to use the things they left behind, so they immediately informed Lin Tian. Lin Tian did the same. Then, after about 2 hours, urgent sounds of people breaking through the air rang out one after another outside the immortal court. One by one, familiar figures returned to the immortal court. After seeing that Lin Tian was safe and sound, they were all very happy. I've made you all worry, Lin Tian said with a smile. After accidentally killing 180,000 Saint Refinement experts, failing to pass the True God tribulation, forgetting all the important people, and going through 10 years of pain and suffering, he was very happy to see Lin Shi Jiu, Sushu by Qiu, Shui, Little Taichu by Ziki, and the others again. It's good that you're all right. Jiu said with a smile, her eyes a little misty. Lin Tian looked at her, then at Sushu, Bai Qiu, Shui, and Lin Shi. Their faces were very haggard. Obviously, they had not lived well in the past 10 years. At that time, they had spent every day in torment and anxiety, worrying about him all the time. At the same time, Little Taichu, Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yun, Yang Qi, Bai Ziki, Fanning Xiong, and the others were not as haggard as the women. However, their spirits were more or less worse than before. In the past 10 years, they had been looking for him and worrying about him. I'm sorry, he said. Yeah. Little Taichu landed on his shoulder and rubbed against his face. Seeing that Lin Tian was safe and sound, it was very happy. Let's go with strong wine and meat. Wuxing Crocodile roared. Let's go. The white tiger also roared. Immediately, the powerful generals of the immortal court immediately went to prepare. Thus, on this day, the celestial court was extremely joyous. Lin Tian's safe return made all the people who were familiar with him feel as if a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. They all became extremely relaxed. Time passed quickly. A month had passed since he returned to the immortal court. In this month, he often spent time with Jiyu and the others. He told them that he and Wu Yi were married and had a daughter. Then, under the witness of many friends and relatives, he held a wedding with them in the immortal court at the same time. Wu Yi also participated. He and Wu Yi were married. but he would never give up Jiyu and the others. Moreover, he also needed to give them a status. Therefore, he held the wedding in the witness of many friends and relatives. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, for years had passed since he returned to the 10 directions, celestial domain. Ruoxian, come and cultivate. On Misty Mountain, Lin Tian smiled and waved to little Ruoxian, who was playing with little Taichu. For years later, on this day, little Ruoxian was 10 years old. According to Wu Yi's intention, he began to teach Ruoxian cultivation after she was 10 years old. Okay. Ruoxian nodded obediently. She let go of little Taichu and jumped to Lin Tian's side. Lin Tian had cultivated for hundreds of years and mastered many ancient arts. Among them, the arts of the 9 celestial lords were the most amazing. It was definitely the best ancient scripture in the world. He chose to teach Ruoxian the lunar ancient scripture because it was most suitable for women to cultivate. In the following cultivation process, Ruoxian's performance shocked him. As a top divine art, the lunar ancient scripture could be said to be very difficult to cultivate. However, just as he sent the lunar ancient scripture into Ruoxian's heart, little Ruoxian started to circulate it smoothly. She didn't need any guidance from him at all. She immediately attracted all the immortal chi in Misty Mountain. In just a few dozen breaths, she went from a mortal body to the 9th level of the refinement realm. Her body was intertwined with the bright lunar true Yuan light. It was rich and pure. It was almost as pure as the lunar divine power emitted by a true God expert when he circulated the lunar ancient scripture. He was shocked. After teaching Ruoxian the lunar ancient scripture, he passed on the Heart Sutra of Sun, Dragon Burial Scripture, Medicine Canon, for Symbol Seal, Lingtian Sword Scripture, and Heavenly One Soul Incantation. Little Ruoxian could circulate them freely in the blink of an eye. Then, in just 9 days, little Ruoxian only circulated the 9 celestial lords' divine arts that he passed on. She didn't rely on any treasures of heaven and earth to break through to the peak of the airborne realm. This made him even more shocked. The rest of the people in Misty Mountain, except for Wu Yi, were also dumbfounded. This is simply born for cultivation. Chapter 1809. Without relying on any heavenly materials or earthly treasures, she reached the peak of the airborne realm from a mortal body in just 9 days. Such a cultivation speed was simply shocking to the extreme. A living supreme being genius. And Shueishue's eyes widened. Lin Tian looked at his daughter and couldn't help but feel ashamed. Thinking back, it took him several years to reach the peak of the airborne realm from the early stage of the physique refinement realm. But this little girl did it in just 9 days. She can be compared with your freakish master. Wuxing Crocodile also widened his eyes. Only Wu Yi remained quiet. He quietly watched Lin Tian teach little Ruoxian cultivation with a very gentle expression. Lin Tian passed all the ancient divine arts of the 9 celestial lords to little Ruoxian. Little Ruoxian could perfectly control it in the blink of an eye, making him feel that he only needed to pass on the arts. There was no need for guidance at all. This little girl was too amazing. Time continued to pass. Then, in the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. During these 2 years, he spent most of his time in the ethereal mountain. Although he didn't need to teach Ruoxian cultivation, as a father, Ruoxian was still young, so he had to often accompany her with Wu Yi. At the same time, Lin Shi Jiu, Shui Yi Su Shu, and Bai Qiu often came to the ethereal mountain. Naturally, they were very fond of little Ruoxian. Lin Tian also often took little Ruoxian and Wu Yi to the immortal court. During these 2 years, little Ruoxian didn't often cultivate. In fact, she didn't cultivate much. However, on this ordinary ancient star with only spiritual chi, she still reached the eternal realm. This made everyone except Wu Yi speechless. They always felt that they had lived for hundreds and thousands of years in vain. It was also this day, late at night, Lin Tian left the 10 directions celestial domain alone and stepped into the vast starry sky. There were some things that needed to be settled. There were specks of stars in the starry sky. He tore open a crack in the starry sky. Golden divine light surrounded his body as he stepped into it. In the next instant, he appeared in a vast world. Celestial mountains and ancient peaks filled the sky, interweaving with a magnificent aura. Chi-Yu world. He muttered to himself with a threatening cold light in his eyes. More than 10 years ago, Lan Tianjin, Yi Yinshang and Yuan Yunfu had attacked him with 180,000 creatures in a space treasure in order to break his mental state and steal the primordial pagoda. Because of that, he had accidentally killed 180,000 innocent creatures. No matter what, he would not let them go. He must kill them. On this day, he came to Chi-Yu world. One of the 3 people, Lan Tianzhen, was a member of the royal family of this world. He stepped into the Red Yu world, leaving behind afterimages with each step. Then a spatial crack opened. He stepped into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye, reappearing in front of a vast ancient city. This ancient city was the imperial city of Chi-Yu world. Arriving here, he did not stop at all. He stepped on the void and walked step by step towards Chi-Yu imperial city. Who are you? How dare you fly into the imperial city? There were many strong cultivators inside and outside Chi-Yu imperial city. When they saw Lin Tian actually fly into the imperial city, they all had cold eyes. They all rushed up. There were dozens of people, all surrounded by powerful celestial aura, and they all charged towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not stop at all. He walked step by step into the imperial city, and wisps of true God's aura surrounded him. The group of Chi-Yu guards who had just rushed into the sky trembled, and then fainted from the pressure. They all fell from the void and landed on the ground with loud bangs, creating human-shaped craters on the ground. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Purple lightning interwove around his body. He was like a god of thunder walking between heaven and earth. Cold air surrounded all directions. He scanned the vast imperial city. Then his gaze landed on a sacred palace in the center of the imperial city. His eyes became even more threatening and cold. Boom! The sky trembled. A purple lightning bolt struck down with a boom and instantly landed on the sacred palace in the center. With a boom, the sacred palace was directly split into pieces. A slender figure stepped out with a whoosh. Who is it? It was a young man in black. His expression was somewhat feminine. After rushing out of the sacred palace, he immediately scanned all directions. The next moment, the young man's expression changed when he saw Lin Tian. It's you. You didn't die. The young man's eyes narrowed. It was Lan Tianjin, the imperial prince of Chi world and the next master of Chi world. When he was in the celestial realm, he, Yuan Yunfu, and Yi Yinshang schemed against Lin Tian. They used 180,000 creatures to let Lin Tian accidentally kill them and disturb Lin Tian's state of mind. They wanted to seize the primordial pagoda, but they didn't expect that Lin Tianyi would use their destructive power to break through. In the end, he attracted a heavenly tribulation, which shocked him. At that time, he was seriously injured and fled with Yuan Yunfu and Yi Yinshang. At that time, Lin Tian broke through to the true immortal realm and attracted a heavenly tribulation, which shocked him. A cultivator who broke through to the true immortal realm could attract a heavenly tribulation. It was extremely strange. At the same time, that heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. After some time, he returned to the Lord Theological Seminary, but he didn't find Lin Tian, nor did he find Wuxing Crocodile and the others. Therefore, he, Yin Shang, and Yuan Yunfu all thought that Lin Tian was dead. After all, the heavenly tribulation at that time was too terrifying. When they fled, they didn't think that Lin Tian could survive that heavenly tribulation in that state. However, what he didn't expect was that Lin Tian didn't die and was still alive. After more than 10 years, he suddenly appeared in Chi-Yu world and broke into Chi-Yu Imperial City. Very good. You didn't die. Very good. It's even better that you broke into this place. You didn't die under the heavenly tribulation back then, so I'll kill you today. The primordial pagoda will belong to me." He sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, with a boom, a vast divine power surged. It was the fluctuation of a true immortal, and its aura was terrifying. In more than 10 years, he had completely stepped into the true immortal realm from the half-step true immortal realm. His combat strength was extremely powerful. As these auras intertwined, the space in all directions trembled. Lin Tian looked at him coldly. With a swoosh, he took a step forward and appeared in front of Lan Tianjin in an instant. He directly punched the other party's abdomen. Puff! Blood splattered, and Lan Tianjin's body was directly penetrated. In that barbaric world, his cultivation had recovered and reached the peak of the early-stage true immortal realm. After returning to the 10 directions heavenly domain for a few years, his cultivation had now reached the mid-stage true immortal realm. Moreover, most importantly, back then, he had mistakenly killed 180,000 innocent people and failed to pass the heavenly tribulation, causing him to lose all his cultivation. He was sad and in pain for a full 4 years. Later, he married Wu Yi, his cultivation recovered, and they had a daughter. His daughter was a true peerless genius. After experiencing great sorrow and great joy, and walking out of endless sorrow and pain, his Taoist heart had undergone a qualitative transformation. It was almost indestructible, and his combat strength was naturally extremely powerful. Chapter 1810. Dazzling blood floated in the air as Lan Tianjin was punched through. His face immediately turned ugly as he stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. The fist that penetrated Lan Tianjin's body vibrated and his divine power fluctuated. With a poof, Lan Tianjin was smashed into pieces. Prince, there were many experts in Qi Yu Imperial City. When they saw the scene, they were all shocked. Their prince was a young sovereign on the ranking of 100 immortals and was now in the true god realm. However, his body was so easily smashed into pieces. In the next moment, swishing sounds could be heard. In Qi Yu Imperial City, experts soared into the sky one after another and attacked Lin Tian. Rumbling sounds could be heard as Lan Tianjin reformed his body in the blink of an eye. He looked at Lin Tian with a cold expression. Lin Tian took a step forward and walked towards Lan Tianjin. His pace was not fast at all, but his eyes were filled with endless coldness. Outside his body, the natural pressure of a true god intertwined. The experts in Qi Yu Imperial City who had just soared into the void trembled as they could not withstand the pressure of a true god. One by one, they fainted and fell to the ground. This scene shocked Lan Tianjin, who had just reformed his body, because those who had rushed into the void at this time were not weak experts. Many of them were in the half-step to true god realm, and there are even true god realm experts among them. Although they were not as strong as him, their strength was still amazing. However, such a group of experts had all fainted under Lin Tian's pressure. This aura made his body tremble as if he had been electrocuted. In an instant, his face turned even uglier as he felt Lin Tian's strength. With a swish, Lin Tian appeared in front of him again. Without any fancy moves, it was still a simple punch. Poof! Blood splattered. Lan Tianjin could not withstand it at all and was directly smashed into pieces. He looked at Lan Tianjin and formed a seal with his left hand. An elixir seal appeared and entered Lan Tianjin's sea of consciousness in a flash. In an instant, Lan Tianjin let out an ear-piercing scream. His body trembled uncontrollably as if he was being tortured. What did you do? Lan Tianjin howled. The 4 symbols seal rushed out of Lin Tian's body, intertwining with silver sealing light, directly sealing Lan Tianjin within. In an instant, Lan Tianjin screamed even more miserably as the divine power in his body was directly restrained. The pill seal from before was something that Lin Tian had evolved on his own. When it entered Lan Tianjin's knowledge sea, it would produce a soul-devouring pain, as if thousands of poisonous insects were gnawing at his soul. eating it away bit by bit until he died. The pain during this period was undoubtedly intense, and not many people could withstand it. Ah! Lan Tianjin screamed. At the same time, as if they had heard Lan Tianjin scream, as if they had sensed the chaos in the imperial city, 13 figures rushed out from the depths of the imperial city. The weakest of them had heavenly god realm energy fluctuations, and the strongest of them was a half-step god king dressed in black robes. Looking at the 13 people, Lan Tianjin, who was suppressed in the 4 symbols, Tao diagram, spoke with difficulty, "Elders! Grand Elder." Seeing this scene, the 13 people's gazes fell on Lin Tian, who was in front of Lan Tianjin, and their expressions turned cold. "You're courting death." A cold voice sounded, and the 13 people moved at the same time, attacking Lin Tian together. To them, Lan Tianjin was too important. His talent was too extraordinary, and he was the future hope of the Qiyu world. No one could hurt him. In an instant, 13 shocking divine powers intertwined with a rumble, full of destructive intent. It was appalling. I've said it before, it's really good that you came here. The only outcome is death. The primordial pagoda can only belong to me. Lan Tianjin resisted the urge to scream, and looked at Lin Tian with a hideous smile. The 13 most powerful people of the Qiyu world attacked Lin Tian together. He was not worried about his own safety at all, and he was sure that Lin Tian would die because no matter how strong Lin Tian's talent was, he was only a mid-stage true god. It was impossible for him to stop 13 heavenly god realm powerhouses, not to mention that one of them was about to enter the divine king realm. Boom! Divine powers roared, and at the same time the 13 people arrived in front of Lin Tian. They were only a few feet away from Lin Tian. Lin Tian could feel the strong pressure and threat, but his expression was expressionless. He did not even look away from Lan Tianjin, still cold. Qianxue pierced through them. He spoke. As he spoke, a jade flute rushed out of his body like a spear, and it traveled thousands of miles in an instant. Poof! 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 13 blood mists exploded in the blink of an eye. The patriarchs of the Qiyu world, including the half-step divine kings, were all annihilated in body and soul. They did not even have time to scream. In an instant, the expressions of everyone in Qiyu Imperial City changed greatly. Old, patriarchs, elders. How is this possible? The group of Qiyu world experts were horrified. The most powerful people in the Qiyu world were at least heavenly god realm, but now they were all annihilated in an instant. Lan Tianjin's body trembled, and he stared at Lin Tian in shock and horror. You! The scene in front of him was completely different from what he had expected. He thought that when the patriarchs and elders of his world rushed out, they would kill Lin Tian immediately. However, the outcome was completely opposite to what he had expected. The half-step divine king patriarchs and heavenly god elders of his Qiyu world were all killed by Lin Tian in an instant, and they all disappeared in an instant. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the jade flute flew back from afar and returned to Lin Tian's body in a flash. Looking at Lan Tianjin, Lin Tian's expression was cold. More than 10 years ago, Lan Tianjin and the others had killed 180,000 innocent creatures in the space magic treasure in order to seize his primordial pagoda. He had to kill Lan Tianjin no matter what. Before coming to the Qiyu world, he also knew that there was a half-step divine king in the Qiyu world. With his current cultivation of the true god realm, even a reincarnated body could not stop a half-step divine king. Therefore, before coming, he borrowed Thousand Snow from Wu Yi. Thousand Snow was only a quasi-divine royal weapon, but it was entwined with Wu Yi's power of order. Even if it was not used by Wu Yi and could not display its peak power, it would not be difficult for it to kill more than 10 ordinary divine realm experts and a half-step divine king. Even if it wanted to kill a divine emperor, it would be very easy. He came here to kill Lan Tianjin with his own strength, if others dared to stop him, and if he could not stop them, he would kill them with thousand snow. This was his idea of coming to the Chiyu world. He looked at Lan Tianjin with cold eyes. The four symbols, seal, suppressed Lan Tianjin, making him unable to resist at all. The elixir seal was attached to Lan Tianjin's spirit, like thousands of poisonous insects, nibbling away at Lan Tianjin's spirit. Lan Tianjin could not help but scream again, his body trembling. He looked at Lin Tian and said, Let me go. I will promise you anything. I can give you the Chiyu world. Let you dominate this world. Chapter 1811. No one was willing to die, and Lan Tianjin was no exception. He screamed and begged Lin Tian to let him go. Now, a large number of Chiyu world's elites had died, including the master of Chiyu world and the ancestor of Chiyu world. He was the new master of Chiyu world. As long as Lin Tian didn't kill him and let him go, he was willing to let Lin Tian rule the entire Chiyu world. Lin Tian looked at Lan Tianjin. His expression didn't change at all. He was cold and indifferent, and he didn't say a word. Ah! Lan Tianjin screamed continuously. The elixir seal that Lin Tian deduced kept eating away at his spirit. He was in great pain. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, Lan Tianjin's screams weakened. His essence, qi, and spirit were at their lowest point. In the end, the screams completely disappeared. His spirit was completely annihilated, and his life force disappeared completely. Only his physical body was preserved. Lin Tian made his move. He cut off Lan Tianjin's head with one sword, and the rest of his body was shattered by the sword. He carried the other's head and walked out of Chiyu Imperial City under the horrified gazes of the elites of Chiyu world. Outside Chiyu Imperial City, he opened the world door and stepped in. The next moment, he appeared in the world of souls. In the world of souls, there were mountains connected to each other. The space was a little dim. The most special thing was that there was a faint blood moon hanging in the sky. Lin Tian carried Lan Tianjin's head and walked into this world. He disappeared with each step. Soon, he arrived in front of the most spacious imperial city. The imperial city was huge. Inside, there were shocking palaces connected to each other. It was the imperial city of the world of souls, the Yin capital. When he arrived, he did not stop. He took to the air and directly entered the Yin capital. Naturally, the expressions of the powerhouses guarding the Yin capital turned cold. Quite a few of them rushed into the sky and stabbed Xiang Lintian with their spears. However, just like in the imperial city of Chiyu world, these people who rushed into the sky were immediately suppressed by his true god aura. Clang! Lin Tian's gaze landed on a sacred palace in the center of the Yin capital. He raised his hand, and a dazzling sword ray flew out, carrying with it the might of the immortal sword. With a boom, the temple was unable to withstand the might of the sword and was immediately shattered into pieces. Swoosh! 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 Over 10 figures charged out successively from the shattered palace, and all of them had ghastly cold expressions on their faces. Among them was a young man. He was Yi Yinshang, the next realm lord of the world of souls. It's you. At this time, looking at Lin Tian, Yi Yinshang and Lan Tianjin had the same expression. Their eyes were filled with obvious shock. Just like Lan Tianjin, he thought that Lin Tian was already dead. However, he never expected that Lin Tian would appear in front of him more than 10 years later, and even barge into the Yin capital. Then, when he saw Lan Tianjin's head in Lin Tian's left hand, his expression changed drastically. What did you do to Lan Tianjin? His eyes narrowed slightly. Lan Tianjin had stepped into the realm of true God just like him, and his battle prowess was powerful. But now he was killed by Lin Tiansha. At the same time, the other people beside Lan Tianjin also narrowed their eyes. Naturally, they all knew about Lan Tianjin. After all, they were all old antiques, and all of them were top figures in the world of souls. Therefore, they all knew about the prince of Chiyu world. Moreover, not to mention that Lan Tianjin was the prince of Qi world. Just the fact that Lan Tianjin was in the top 10 of the ranking of 100 immortals was enough to attract their attention. At this time, seeing Lin Tian barge in here with Lan Tianjin's head in his hand, it was obvious that he had killed Lan Tianjin, the prince of Qi world. The dozen, or so big figures, couldn't help but be shocked. Yinshang, who is he? The weakest of the dozen, or so people, was in the divine realm, and the strongest was in the half-step divine king realm. At this time, their eyes fell on Lin Tian. Originally, they were discussing something with Yinshang in the sacred hall, but now that they saw Lan Tianjin's head, they forgot that the sacred hall was destroyed by Lin Tian. The current generation's ancestor of dead spirit asked Yinshang, because he could see that Yinshang knew Lin Tian. Ancestor, this is Lin Tian, the one that Yinshang mentioned to you before. He is the one who has the pagoda made of the primordial heavenly crystal. He is also the one who attracted the heavenly tribulation when he broke through the realm of true God. Yinshang said in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, the ancestor of dead spirit and the dozen, or so elders of the world of souls, couldn't help but be shocked, and their eyes narrowed. It's him? The ancestor of dead spirit narrowed his eyes, and there was a faint light in them. A person who could attract the heavenly tribulation when he broke through the realm of true God surprised him. At the same time, the pagoda made of the primordial heavenly crystal naturally had a heaven-defying value. The eyes of the other dozen, or so elders, also lit up. Suppress him and take the primordial pagoda. Don't kill him for the time being, and make a decision after studying his body. One of the elders said, they must seize the primordial pagoda, and Lin Tian could attract the heavenly tribulation when he broke through the realm of true God, which naturally made them very concerned. At this time, not only did they forget that the sacred temple was destroyed, but they also forgot that Lan Tianjin, the prince of the Qi world, was killed by Lin Tian. Of course, the other dozen elders said. Lin Tian listened to their words, but his expression didn't change in the slightest, and his eyes only fell on Yinshang. His footsteps didn't change, and the dozen or so elders beside Yinshang were completely treated as air by him. He just walked step by step toward Yinshang. You're courting death, Yinshang said coldly. He naturally knew that Lin Tian broke into this place to kill him. However, he didn't care at all. Now he was in the imperial city of the world of souls, and the dead spirit ancestor and other important figures were beside him. Lin Tian breaking in like this was simply courting death. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He took a simple step, and in the next moment he suddenly sped up and appeared in front of Yinshang in an instant. He completely ignored the dozen or so elders beside Yinshang, and directly punched at Yinshang. Dong! A loud sound rang out, and the fist's momentum was shocking. It caused Yinshang to change on the spot, and his true god level body trembled violently. On the side, the dead spirit ancestor and other important figures' eyes turned cold. Lin Tian dared to ignore them like this, directly stepping in front of them and punching at Yinshang. He completely treated them as air. Insolent. The dozen or so important figures' eyes were emotionless. In addition, they wanted to seize the primordial pagoda in Lin Tian's body and suppress Lin Tian's research. They immediately took action, and all of them surrounded themselves with dead spirit divine power, pressing down on Lin Tian. More than 10 surges of majestic divine powers immediately sealed off the surroundings. Whoosh! It was also at this moment that a soft sound rang out. Lin Tian, who was punching at Yinshang, rushed out of Lin Tian's body like lightning, leaving behind a ripple, and then returned to Lin Tian's body. Puff! 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 Blood splattered, and the dead spirit ancestor and other important figures all exploded at the same time, their bodies and souls instantly extinguished. Chapter 1812. The old ancestor of dead spirits was killed in the blink of an eye, and Yi Inshang's chest was pierced through. Blood floated in the air, causing everyone's expression to change. Old ancestor, old elders. Lord Inshang, this, everyone trembled in fear. The old ancestor of their generation and a dozen old elders were at least at the heavenly god realm. But now they were all killed in an instant. Yi Inshang, a true god, top 10 on the ranking of 100 mortals, the next world of dead spirits, was pierced through in the blink of an eye. All of this happened in an instant. Yi Inshang's mouth was filled with blood. He looked at Lin Tian, trembling uncontrollably. You! Lin Tian's expression did not change. His face was as cold as usual. The 4 symbols, seal trembled, enveloping Yi Inshang and directly suppressing him, sealing his divine power. Then, just like how he treated Lan Tianjin, he used a special pill seal to enter Yi Inshang's sea of consciousness, attaching it directly to his soul. Yi Inshang immediately let out an ear-piercing scream. Within the Yin capital, the experts from the world of souls could only watch as Yi Inshang wailed miserably and struggled. Not a single one of them dared to make a move or do anything. This was because Lin Tian had killed the dead spirit ancestor and the others in an instant. What could they do now? Yi Inshang's miserable scream lasted for 3 whole days. 3 days later, in endless pain and torment, Yi Inshang's soul was completely annihilated, and his life force was completely gone. Clang! Lin Tian made his move, cutting off Yi Inshang's head and shattering the other parts of his body. Under the horrified gazes of the powerhouses of the world of dead spirits, he walked out of the Yin capital. Outside the Yin capital, a ray of light rushed out of his body, opening the world gate. He stepped into it and disappeared from the world of dead spirits. The world barrier of the world of dead souls was very special. Without a heavenly god tier cultivation base, it was impossible to break through the world barrier of the world of dead souls. However, he had Wu Yi's Qianxue in his body. With Qianxue's power, breaking through the world barrier of the world of dead souls was a piece of cake. After traveling through the void of darkness, after who knew how much time had passed, he appeared in the immortal domain, carrying Lan Tianjin and Yi Inshang's heads. He found Yuan Yunfu in an ancient mountain, and without saying anything, he directly killed him and then cut off his head. Carrying the 3 blood-soaked heads, he tore open a world gate in the immortal domain. Not long after, he appeared in another world. This world was very desolate. He came to a mountain outside a small village in this desolate world. In this mountain, there were countless, nameless tombstones. There were at least 100,000 of them. He walked among the tombstones and came to the center. He threw Lan Tianjin, Yi Inshang, and Yuan Yunfu's heads on the ground without saying a word. He just stood there, silently, looking at the nameless tombstones one after another. These were the tombstones he had set up for the 180,000 living beings he had killed by mistake. On this day, after killing Lan Tianjin, Yi Inshang, and Yuan Yunfu, he brought their heads here, bringing them before these tombstones to pay tribute to the 180,000 living beings. He stood there for half a month, letting the wind blow and rain fall on him. After half a month, when the sun shone brightly in the sky, he finally left this place. He slowly rose into the sky and looked at the village. With his true God-divine sense, he scanned the village and found that everything was very stable. The youths he had passed down cultivation methods to before had protected the village very well. At this moment, the group of youths was cultivating diligently. They all seemed very hardworking. "Very good," he murmured to himself. He softly muttered to himself, took one last look at the 180,000 nameless tombs below, and silently disappeared above the void. After that, it didn't take long for him to appear in the vast starry sky, heading towards the 10 directions ancient star. With his current cultivation base, he naturally returned to the 10 directions ancient star, entered the 9th heaven, and then went to the ethereal mountain. On the main peak of the ethereal mountain, It was very lively at this time. The Violet Fairy was playing with little Ruoxian, little Taichu, Wuxing Crocodile, and Shui Shui, Ziyu, and AI were also playing with them. On the contrary, Wu Yi looked at them from the side with a gentle expression. Lin Tian came here and landed beside Wu Yi. "Are you done?" Wu Yi asked softly. His gentle eyes still fell on little Ruoxian, who was playing with the Violet Fairy and the others. "I'm done." Lin Tian nodded. Qian Shue turned into a light that rushed out of his body and entered Wu Yi's body in the blink of an eye. Wu Yi didn't say anything, but when he looked at little Ruoxian, his expression became gentler. "Father!" Little Ruoxian naturally saw Lin Tian. She ran over and hugged Lin Tian with a sweet smile. At the age of 12, she was still just a child. Even if she had reached the eternal realm, she was still very dependent on her parents. Lin Tian Wei rubbed the little girl's head affectionately. "Father will take you out to play." Their bloodline was destined to be cultivators. Since they were cultivators, they must become stronger and work hard in their cultivation. However, he wasn't strict with little Ruoxian at all. The first reason was that he loved his daughter, and the second was that Ruoxian's aptitude on the path of cultivation was too heaven-defying. He didn't need to worry about her at all. "Yes, yes." Little Ruoxian nodded repeatedly. She was naturally very happy that Lin Tian wanted to take her out to play. On this day, Lin Tian took little Ruoxian out of Ethereal Mountain. Wu Yi naturally followed, while the Violet Fairy and Shui Shui didn't follow. Only he, Wu Yi, and little Ruoxian walked through every corner of the 10 directions celestial domain. He took little Ruoxian to all the places he used to go when he was cultivating before returning to Ethereal Mountain. Then time flew. In the blink of an eye, another 4 years had passed. For years later, Ruoxian was 16 years old. She had truly grown into a beautiful girl. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Wu Yi, there wasn't much of a difference. It was also this year that Lin Tian accompanied his daughter to 16 years old. Her cultivation was already very strong and had reached the immortal realm. He decided to go to the immortal realm again because it wouldn't be long before the ancient road controlled by the Lord Theological Seminary opened. He wanted to enter that ancient road and find the sword soul fragment. That thing was very important to him. Originally, the white-haired old man who invited him to enter the Lord Theological Seminary said that the special ancient road would only open after several hundred years. However, things always changed. Not long ago, the Lord Theological Seminary passed on a new message through the Emperor God's command. That ancient road would open in about 3 months. He told this to Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the other girls. Then, on this day, he called little Taichu, Wuxing Crocodile, Lingyan, Baiziki, and the others and prepared to leave together. "Daddy, be careful outside. Don't worry about the matters at home. Your daughter will take good care of Mother, the girls, and the 2 beautiful aunts. I will protect them well." Ruoxian patted her chest and cutely promised Lin Tian. "Okay." Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. This precious daughter of his had inherited Wu Yi's beauty and exceptional talent. However, her temperament was very different from Wu Yi's. She was very mischievous. In the end, he bid farewell to Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the other girls. He, Fan Yingxiong, Baiziki, and the others directly left and stepped into the starry sky. Then he tore through the barrier of the large world and stepped into the immortal realm from the starry sky. He directly appeared in the middle state of the immortal realm. Chapter 1813. The Lord Theological Seminary was founded by several powerful god emperors. Since ancient times, it had controlled a special ancient road. Many experts in the celestial realm and the surrounding large worlds knew about this, and they were full of anticipation for that road. It was extraordinary inside. Let's go to the Lord Theological Seminary first. Lin Tiandao. Their cultivation was now very strong, and the weakest was at the Immortal King realm. At this time they were all in the central continent, so it didn't take long for them to arrive at the Lord Theological Seminary. Inside the Lord Theological Seminary, now, all the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary had gathered in the imperial courtyard. Many people's eyes were filled with bright light because there were only 3 months before they could enter the ancient road controlled by the Lord Theological Seminary. It was full of all kinds of shocking immortal opportunities, and it was said that there was a road to the holy region. Everyone was looking forward to it. After all, that special ancient road was the real purpose of all the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary joining the Lord Theological Seminary. The legendary holy region is said to be a large world even more amazing than the celestial realm. I wonder if we can kill our way in. Such a large world is definitely far more suitable for cultivation than the celestial realm. Maybe there are amazing divine treasures everywhere. The white tiger's eyes lit up. Lin Tiandao didn't say anything. He also couldn't wait to enter that special ancient road. However, what he cared about most was the sword soul fragment that existed in it. As for the so-called holy region, its importance was ranked after the sword soul fragment. He, Ling Yin, and the others returned to their residence in the Lord Theological Seminary and silently made all kinds of preparations to enter that ancient road. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. On this day, just like 10 years ago, the sound of a bell rang in the Lord Theological Seminary. The higher-ups of the imperial courtyard personally issued a message, calling all the Lord Theological Seminary's disciples to make preparations. The ancient road controlled by the Lord Theological Seminary was about to open. The special ancient path was the goal of all the disciples of the imperial courtyard. Dong! The majestic sound of the bell reverberated in the Lord Theological Seminary for a total of 9 times. In the next moment, dozens of figures suddenly appeared at the front of the vast training field of the Lord Theological Seminary. They were led by 3 old men. One was a white-haired old man, one was a green-robed old man, and one was a black-robed old man. Among them, the white-haired old man was the old man who invited Lin Tianyi and the others to join the Lord Theological Seminary. His essence chi was awe-inspiring. It was not until this day that Lin Tian found out that the white-haired old man was the current vice dean of the Lord Theological Seminary. Together with the white-haired old man, the green-robed old man was the current dean of the Lord Theological Seminary, and the black-robed old man was also the vice dean. All 3 of them had an awe-inspiring cultivation. The other dozens of people behind the 3 of them were the law enforcement elders of the Lord Theological Seminary. They were all in the heavenly God realm. Let's cut to the chase. Good luck to all of you. The green-robed old man said in a very calm voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he, the white-haired old man, and the black-robed old man, the 2 vice deans of the imperial courtyard, made a special hand seal. After dozens of breaths, they worked together to open a light hole. It was like a black hole that could devour everything. This light hole was the entrance to the special ancient road. Only the dean and vice dean of the Lord Theological Seminary knew how to open it. Without the method to open it, even a peak divine emperor would not be able to open it. Buzz! The halos around the cave of light interweaved. An incomparably ancient aura surged out at the first moment, causing the eyes of the Emperor God Academy disciples on the martial arts practice field to reveal an even more resplendent light. They naturally guessed that this cave of light was the entrance to the ancient path. Immortal fate, divine domain. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. He stared at the light hole that the green-robed old man and the other 2 had worked together to open and clenched his claws. Lin Tian's eyes also lit up. After the light hole was the special ancient road, where the new sword soul fragment was. By Ziki, Fan Yingxiong, and Ai Yao Yao, and the others' eyes also lit up. Only little Tai Chu did not care. Divine domain. In the training field, the black-robed Cho Chima's eyes lit up. He then tilted his head and looked at Lin Tian. He sneered, "Primordial pagoda!" Not far away, another young man stood. He had long green hair and an extremely oppressive aura. He was Luo Huaya, the second on the 100 Immortals ranking. His eyes followed Cho Chienma's and also fell on Lin Tian. He narrowed his eyes slightly, giving off a sinister vibe. On the other side, M.O. Byron's eyes were deep. His gaze fell on the light hole, and an astonishing divine aura naturally intertwined around his body. The surrounding disciples of the imperial courtyard could not help but tremble and retreat. Good fellow, he has already reached the half-step divine realm. Whooshing Crocodile also sensed the divine aura emitted by M.O. Byron, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Even Lin Tian could not help but be moved. More than 10 years ago, M.O. Byron was at the mid-stage true divinity realm. Now, more than 10 years later, he had already reached the half-step divine realm. This was indeed very shocking. Dong! At this time another bell rang. It was very loud and clear. This was the 10th bell that rang in the imperial courtyard today. This bell was louder than any of the previous bell chimes. As the bell rang, the dean of the Lord Theological Seminary opened his mouth again. This time he only said one word, "Let's go." In an instant, the eyes of the Lord Theological Seminary's disciples became brighter and brighter. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind breaking echoed continuously. One by one, the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary moved and rushed into the light hole. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the Lord Theological Seminary's disciples rushed into the light hole and disappeared from the Lord Theological Seminary. "Let's go," Lin Tiandao called out to Baiziki and the others. They flew into the air and also rushed into the light hole. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the edge of the light hole. It was also at this moment that a loud boom sounded out. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the Emperor Academy. Numerous figures walked out from within, all of them interweaving with shocking chaotic light. All of their vital energies were oppressive, and all of them were extremely powerful. Such a scene immediately caused the expressions of Lin Tian and the others to change. The expressions of the imperial courtyard disciples who had not yet entered the light hole changed. Even someone as powerful as the dean and 2 vice deans of the Lord Theological Seminary couldn't help but change. Chaotic tribe. 2 dazzling divine lights shot out from the white-haired old man's eyes. They carried an undisguised chill. Light Ceiling Gate. The other vice dean of the imperial courtyard, who was dressed in a black robe, said in a deep voice. Clearly, like the white-haired old man, they knew where this group of figures intertwined with chaotic light came from. They also knew what their purpose was. Chapter 1814. Figures made of chaotic light appeared one after another. It was hard to count how many there were in a short period of time, and each of them had an imposing aura. The current dean of the Lord Theological Seminary and the 2 vice deans, the white-haired old man and the black-robed old man, made a move at the same time. They made a special hand seal, and immediately the light hole that was pulled open trembled and gradually faded. After waiting for so long, we finally seized the opportunity. You can't close it. The holy domain belongs to my race. A cold voice sounded. A figure that was about 3 meters tall stepped out from the big crack in the sky. He was wearing black armor, and behind him was a holy grail. He directly interweaved with dense ancient runes, enveloping the space around him. In an instant, the light hole above the Lord Theological Seminary trembled and no longer faded. The divine technique ancient seals that the dean and the 2 vice deans of the Lord Theological Seminary had activated completely lost their effect at this moment. Forbidden Holy Grail. The eyes of the Lord Theological Seminary's elder turned cold. Good eyesight, the expert in black armor said coldly. Then he waved his hand. Boys, kill your way in. Kill, kill, kill. Roars rang out one after another as numerous figures charged out from the cracks in the sky and headed straight for the glowing hole. Moreover, Some of them were unleashing their divine techniques, which were sharp and oppressive as they attacked the imperial courtyard disciples who were still outside the glowing hole. In the blink of an eye, screams sounded. Many of the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary who had yet to enter the light hole were killed on the spot. "You're courting death." The eyes of the dean and the 2 vice-deans of the Lord Theological Seminary were cold. At this moment they made a move. They killed a large number of figures wrapped in chaotic light with a palm strike, and bloody mist exploded. "Humph!" A cold snort sounded. In the sky, the figure in black armor swooped down and attacked the dean of the Lord Theological Seminary. At the same time, 2 other figures with auras that were not weaker than his appeared. They pressed down on the white-haired old man and the black-robed old man, the 2 vice-deans of the Lord Theological Seminary. In an instant, the rumbling of divine power shook. The 6 experts fought together, and the space around them collapsed immediately. The whooshing crocodile and the white tiger were completely stunned. They never would have thought that such a thing would happen when the Lord Theological Seminary opened the entrance to the special ancient path. A group of powerhouses actually barged into the Lord Theological Seminary. Lin Tian was naturally shocked as well. He had never expected something like this to happen. At the same time, he was also surprised by the strength of the white-haired old man, the strength of the Lord Theological Seminary's dean, and the black-robed old man's assistant dean. At this moment, he could clearly sense the might of a god-king from the 3 of them. These were 3 god-kings. Clang! The sound of swords clanging could be heard as a figure covered in chaotic light attacked. He brandished his chaotic sword and slashed at the little Taichu and the others. His eyes narrowed as he withdrew his gaze from the white-haired old man and the other 2. He brandished the heavenly sword scripture and shattered the sword gleams that filled the sky. "Let's go in," he said to Baiziki and the others. At this moment, the light hole that led to the special ancient path was still open. However, it might close and disappear soon. He had to enter it now and obtain the sword soul fragment. "Let's go." The whooshing crocodile nodded. Immediately, the group performed their body movement divine skills and turned into streaks of light as they rushed into the light hole and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a series of whooshing sounds could be heard as the figures entwined in the primal chaos light swiftly entered the light hole. "You guys are quite bold to open the holy region's ancient path." The ancient path that our ancestors of the imperial courtyard discovered is filled with countless divine formations. Aren't you guys afraid that you'll all be buried inside? The dean of the Lord Theological Seminary, who was surrounded by the might of a god-king, spoke coldly as he looked at the black-armored expert from the chaotic tribe. At the same time, he waved his hand and pressed down on the other party. The black-armored expert from the chaotic tribe sneered. "So what if those people imprinted countless divine formations inside? They're long gone. Now, who still remembers how to activate those divine formations? The people of the Lord Theological Seminary who enter will all be killed. You can't stop my people. In the end, the holy region will fall into my hands and be controlled by my people." As he spoke, terrifying chaotic light rushed out of his body. It was as if he had a chaotic body and his aura was oppressive. At the same time, in another place, the white-haired elder and the black-robed elder were fighting against 2 other experts from the chaotic tribe. Their strength was on par, and their divine might was surging, shattering the space around them. The terrifying divine light flooded in all directions. Lin Tianyi and the others naturally couldn't see anything here. At this time, they stepped into the light hole, and all of them passed through the dark void. Then, after an unknown period of time, light appeared in front of them again. They fell out of the void and stepped on solid ground again. As far as the eye could see, there were towering celestial mountains in front of them. The immortal spiritual chi in the air was shockingly dense. In many places, the air was naturally intertwined with faint celestial light. However, other than these magnificent celestial mountains, there were also some places that were very dilapidated. The ground was scorched black. "This is that ancient road." Whooshing Crocodile stared and said, "No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a road." "The ancient road is just a saying. Naturally, it can't be a simple road. You can think of it as a huge spatial road, a spatial road that contains endless magnificent scenery." Lin Tiandao, the white tiger, rolled its eyes and said, "Okay, no matter if it's a simple ancient road or a special spatial road, it's still a road in the end. A road has a specific direction to travel. Which direction are we going now?" "Directly east." Lin Tiandao. "Why?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian's so-called directly east was obviously the specific direction of the ancient road. It didn't know how Lin Tian determined it. "Because there's such information in the Imperial God's token. After entering this ancient road, keep going east. It said that at the end you can reach the sanctuary." And Ayao said, "Of course, the prerequisite is that you can open the door to the sanctuary." Whooshing Crocodile immediately understood. So that's how it was. It didn't have the Imperial God's token, so it really didn't know about this. "Let's go." Lin Tiandao, entering at this time, his first goal wasn't to reach the sanctuary, but to find the sword spirit fragment here. The group stepped forward and headed east. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed a long distance. Speaking of which, the white-haired old man called those people from the chaotic race. Whooshing Crocodile said, "Is it related to the King of Chaos? Those people can't be the King of Chaos subordinates, right?" A chaotic race and a King of Chaos. It was hard not to think of the same thing. Lin Tian nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be. At this time, they had already seen many figures in front of them. They were all the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary who had entered this ancient road at the beginning. Many people began to explore this ancient road, looking for a sect's immortal fate. It was also at this time that there were whooshing sounds in the air. Behind them, figures surrounded by the chaotic light appeared. Kill. Chapter 1815. Chaotic light surged. More than 10,000 experts from the chaotic tribe appeared at this time, and their auras were very terrifying. Lin Tian was immediately shocked. None of the chaotic tribe cultivators were weak, and there were more than 10,000 of them attacking together. Even a mid-stage true god like him could not help but frown. Among them, he felt at least a few hundred divine realm auras, and they were not ordinary divine realm auras. At least 100 of them were at the peak of the divine realm. "Retreat!" He shouted in a low voice and asked Baiziki and the others to retreat quickly. With such a group of experts attacking, it was impossible for them to stop them with their strength. There were too many of them. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the air being torn apart was ear-piercing. The group immediately increased their speed to the maximum and rushed toward the east of the ancient road. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed tens of thousands of feet. At the same time on the ancient road, the other disciples of the Emperor God Imperial Academy who had entered at the beginning were naturally shocked when they saw the chaotic tribe cultivators. Some people were puzzled. It was obvious that this group of chaotic tribe cultivators were not disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary, and they were not disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary, but they had entered the ancient road. What was going on? However, in the next moment, these people were shocked again because more than 10,000 chaotic tribe cultivators directly waved their knives. Whenever they saw a disciple of the Lord Theological Seminary, they would mercilessly attack and kill. Poof! 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 These chaotic tribe cultivators were clearly carefully selected. All of them were experts, and they were much stronger than the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary. In the blink of an eye, streams of blood exploded, and the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were killed one after another. In an instant, the disciples of the Emperor God Imperial Academy understood that these chaotic tribe cultivators who had suddenly rushed and were their enemies. Boom! Some people started to fight back. Divine light shot up into the sky and attacked the cultivators of the chaotic tribe. However, the 10,000 cultivators from the Primal Chaos tribe were too strong. Each of them possessed astonishing battle prowess, and there were so many of them, and they were very united. Basically, it was 5 Primal Chaos tribe cultivators against a single disciple of the Lord Theological Seminary. Ordinary disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary couldn't stop them at all. In the blink of an eye, many disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were killed, and the Imperial Courtyard disciples were terrified. Damn it! What was going on? Where did they come from? The surviving disciples of the Imperial Courtyard were enraged. They no longer fought head-on and fled in different directions. Kill them all. After that, we will go to the end of the ancient road and seize the Saint region. One of the generals of the chaotic tribe said coldly, "Yes." One by one, the chaotic tribe cultivators shouted and chased after the fleeing disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary. Waves of divine power rippled out from every corner of the ancient road. It was very oppressive. Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, Ling Yin, and the others had already stepped far away from the 10,000 chaotic tribe cultivators. However, they could still feel the surging waves of divine power behind them. Obviously, they knew that the 10,000 chaotic tribe cultivators were chasing after the other disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary who had entered the ancient road. This is troublesome. Lord Crocodile wanted to search for treasures and immortal opportunities. Why did this group of bastards jump out? Whooshing Crocodile gritted his teeth. The overall battle prowess of the 10,000 chaotic tribe cultivators was too strong. The weakest one was at the peak of the Immortal King realm, and there were very few of them. Most of them were at the True God realm, and there were at least a few hundred heavenly gods. Lin Tian frowned as well. The intrusion of such a group of chaotic tribe cultivators would indeed cause some interference in their work. After all, the chaotic tribe cultivators were really strong, and their overall battle prowess was terrifying. Speaking of which, what kind of tribe is this chaotic tribe? Ling Yun asked. I don't know. Lin Tian shook his head. He had only heard the 3 words chaotic tribe today, and he didn't know anything about it. However, he could feel that this tribe was very strong. After all, he could be sure that this chaotic tribe was definitely related to the King of Chaos, and a tribe with a peak emperor god overseeing it naturally couldn't be weak. What should we do now? White Tiger asked. When they entered this ancient road, they originally wanted to search for various immortal opportunities and immortal treasures in various places, and finally try to open the door to the holy region. However, now that more than 10,000 powerful cultivators of the chaotic tribe had entered, it was obvious that they wanted to wipe out everyone on this ancient road except for the chaotic tribe. They also wanted to snatch the holy region. Moreover, their battle prowess was very strong, and it really caused some trouble for them for a while. Lin Tian thought for a while and said, "Now that they have gathered together, we can't stop them. Let's ignore them for the time being, and follow the previous plan to search for what we want. If we encounter a few chaotic tribe cultivators who are alone, kill them directly." He was now at the middle stage of the True God realm. As long as he didn't encounter anyone above the middle stage of the Heavenly God realm, he didn't have to be afraid of anything. "Since you said so, let's do it," White Tiger said. Lin Tian was obviously the backbone of their group. Lin Tian nodded and beckoned the group to continue to the depths of this ancient road. At the same time, he spread out his powerful divine thought to search around for traces of the sword soul fragments, and at the same time, to guard against the powerful cultivators of the chaotic tribe who had entered. Soon, the group strode far away and walked along the east direction, crossing more than 10 mountains. It was also at this time that Lin Tianling snorted, swung his hand, and slashed forward with his sword. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. As he slashed out with his sword, the surrounding space immediately collapsed, and the void in front of him was shattered. In the next moment, 2 whooshing sounds were heard, and a figure rushed out from the void that was shattered by him. "Your divine sense is not bad." This person had a cold smile on his face, and there was a kind of arrogance in his eyes. It was Cho Qianma, who was ranked in the top 10 of the 100 Immortals ranking. He had the 5 elements imperial body. Bastard Cho, was the lesson from more than 10 years ago not enough? How dare you come in front of us? Wuxing Crocodile stared at Cho Qianma and said sarcastically. Cho Qianma glanced coldly at Wuxing Crocodile with a kind of ruthlessness, and then his gaze fell on Lin Tian. The primordial pagoda is mine, he said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a bronze cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand, and directly shook open the mouth of the cauldron. A black shadow rushed out from it, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant creature that was dozens of feet tall. Roar! It was a blood-winged ape with a pair of blood-red wings, and its demonic aura was powerful and oppressive. As its demonic aura surged out, the surrounding void was directly distorted and shattered. For a moment, Baiziki and the others could not help but be moved. It's comparable to an early stage heavenly god. The white tiger frowned. At the same time, Ling Yin, White Tiger, Yang Qi, Fan Ningxiong, Baiziki, and the others could not help but frown slightly. They were now only immortal kings, and a heavenly god, realm beast, was very oppressive to them. Chapter 1816. The power of the early heavenly god, blood-winged ape, was terrifying. However, Lin Tian was not bothered by it. To him, only those who were at the middle heavenly god realm and above could make him wary. Am I going to die today? You really don't understand the situation. Qiu Qianma's eyes were threatening and filled with madness. He sneered and said, "Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-winged ape let out a roar that shook the void. It flapped its wings and charged towards Lin Tian. However, at this moment, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. Lin Tian moved as well. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the blood-winged ape in the next moment. Dong! Without any superfluous movements, he threw out a punch. His pure physical strength caused the void to rumble as if a thunderbolt had exploded. In the next moment, his fist landed on the blood-winged ape's body and sent it flying. Its huge demonic body was smashed into pieces in the distance. Seeing this, Baiziki, Ling Yun, Fan Ningxiong, and the others were shocked. The blood-winged ape was comparable to an early heavenly god, realm, ferocious beast. However, it was smashed into pieces by Lin Tian's fist. What kind of fist strength was that? Qiu Qianma was also shocked. In order to seize Lin Tian's primordial pagoda, he had specially asked an elder in the clan to suppress a heavenly god realm, ferocious beast. He thought that he could easily suppress and kill Lin Tian and seize the primordial pagoda. However, he did not expect that the heavenly god realm ferocious beast that he had released would be smashed into pieces by Lin Tian in just one exchange. Moreover, he could faintly sense that Lin Tian's cultivation base had already reached the mid-true god realm. Initially, he thought that after 10 years, Lin Tian would at most be at the early true god realm. Who would have thought that Lin Tian would be stronger than him by a small step? Lin Tian was even stronger than him now. He was only at the early true god realm. Roar! In the distance, the blood-winged ape roared. It had reached the heavenly god realm. After its demonic body was smashed into pieces, it reformed. As its demonic body reformed, there was a rumbling sound. Demonic bloodlight intertwined from its body and turned into balls of bloodlight. It rumbled and shook the surrounding space. Its power was obviously much stronger than before. Qiu Qianma's eyes became cold again. In the end, it's just your physique. Facing the blood-winged ape's demonic chi level, demonic blood, demonic beast. He ordered the blood's ape, kill. After the blood-winged ape had been suppressed by the clan's elders, he had engraved the mother-child curse technique on it. Now, it was completely unable to go against him. Roar! With another roar, the blood-winged ape flapped its wings and charged towards Lin Tian again. This time, the demonic blood light outside its body was extremely terrifying. It corroded the air with a sizzling sound. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He immediately held up the reincarnation portrait. At the same time, the nameless Tao Law, Thunder Divine Tao, and Nature Divine Tao were activated together. In the blink of an eye, they merged with the reincarnation portrait and turned into his most powerful divine Tao reincarnation portrait. An incomparably majestic aura immediately spread out. It was his most powerful attack. He stepped forward with the divine Tao reincarnation portrait in his hand. He directly covered the blood-winged ape that was charging toward him and mercilessly crushed it. Puff! Blood splattered. The blood-winged ape was instantly smashed into pieces by the divine Tao reincarnation portrait. Moreover, its demonic soul was also destroyed in an instant. He killed a heavenly god realm ferocious beast with one blow. Is it that exaggerated? Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. Bai Ziki, Fan Ningxiong, and the rest were also shocked. Even though they knew that Lin Tian had already unleashed his strongest battle strength and was extremely powerful, they still couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the blood-winged ape being annihilated just like that. After all, that was a heavenly god realm ferocious beast. Although it was only in the early heavenly god realm, it was still a heavenly god. This guy can already kill an early heavenly god. The white tiger's eyes widened. However, after a pause, he regained his composure and said, "Actually, this is considered normal. After all, Mo Byron was able to kill an early heavenly god realm ferocious beast when he was in the middle stage of the true god realm. With Lin Tian's strength, it is impossible for him not to be able to do the same when he is in the same realm." "Oh, that makes sense." Wuxing Crocodile nodded. Lin Tian was the strongest reincarnation body. Moreover, he had experienced more than 10 heavenly tribulations. He had used the heavenly tribulations several times to forcefully refine his body. With such strength, it was impossible for him to be weaker than Mo Byron in the same realm. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. A black shadow rushed into the distance. Qiu Qianma retreated far away. At this moment, he chose to escape. Lin Tian's combat strength was beyond his expectations. Initially, he thought that with this heavenly god realm ferocious beast, he could definitely suppress Lin Tian. However, he did not expect this heavenly god realm blood-winged ape to be killed by Lin Tian right in front of his eyes. Since Lin Tian could even kill this heavenly god realm blood-winged ape, he naturally did not think that he could stop Lin Tian now. This bastard looked so arrogant when he first appeared. I didn't expect him to run away so quickly. The white tiger laughed sarcastically. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He looked at the fleeing Qiu Qianma and took a step forward to stop him. "As I said, today you must die," he said calmly. As he spoke, he directly attacked and slapped Qiu Qianma. Qiu Qianma raised his divine power light shield to block the attack. However, it was instantly smashed apart. Lin Tian's slap landed directly on Qiu Qianma's cheek and smashed half of his face. "Damn it!" He let out an angry roar. Divine light intertwined around his body. The indestructible, godly scripture surged, and in the blink of an eye, he reformed his physical body. However, he had just reformed his physical body when Lin Tian's second slap arrived. In the blink of an eye, it landed on his cheek again and smashed half of his face. Buzz! Dazzling light surged. The indestructible, godly scripture was very shocking. In the blink of an eye, it allowed him to reform his physical body again. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's third slap landed. With a loud thud, half of his face was smashed again. Teeth mixed with blood and minced meat scattered in the void. "Lin Tian!" His divine soul roared. He could tell that Lin Tian was humiliating him. "There's no need to shout so loudly. I'm right here." Lin Tian was very calm. Once again, he stretched out his large hand to abstract his opponent. He also raised the Divine Path reincarnation diagram. I'll send you on your way. His slap landed. This time, it smashed Qiu Qianma into pieces. Then, the Divine Path reincarnation diagram pressed down and enveloped Qiu Qianma's flesh and bones, as well as his divine soul. Divine, and domineering auras surged. In the blink of an eye, they intertwined in this space, causing Qiu Qianma's divine soul to tremble violently. He immediately felt the threat of destruction and couldn't help but cry out, "Stop! Everything can be discussed." His physical body was smashed, and the Divine Path reincarnation diagram pressed down. The powerful might suppressed everything, causing him to be unable to even open the king's territory and the strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. There's nothing to discuss. Lin Tiandao, Chapter 1817. As the blood mist floated in the air, Baiziki and the rest were stunned. The early heavenly god, blood-winged ape, and the early true god, 5 elements, sovereign body Qiuqianma, were killed by Lin Tian in such a short period of time. Such battle strength and means were simply shocking. This is really the white tiger stared. This is too shocking. Even Ni Yao Yao could not help but say, Lin Tian's battle strength was indeed shocking. Lin Tian descended from the void and adjusted his body armor. His aura was much weaker at this time. The process of killing the heavenly god, blood-winged ape, and the 5 elements, sovereign body Qiuqianma, seemed fast and easy. However, it was not so. In such a short period of time, he had used up about 80% of his divine power. Let's go. He called out to Baiziki and the rest and continued to head east. He recovered his divine power as he walked. In the blink of an eye, the group of them had traveled a long distance in the east. Gradually, a strong fragrance floated in the air. Not far ahead, there were dozens of precious trees surrounded by immortal light. They were all about 10 feet tall, and each tree had a red fruit. Blood god fruit. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. There are so many of them. Lin Tian naturally recognized these fruits. They were extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth. For any cultivator below the half-step true god realm, they were rare treasures. They were of great value and significance. Immediately, he waved his hand and plucked all the blood god fruits from the dozens of precious trees. He distributed them to Baiziki, Yang Qi, Fanning Xiong, Ling Yun, Wuxing Crocodile, and the White Tiger. As for him, little Tai Chu, and Ni Yao Yao, they did not need the blood god fruit. The 3 of them were already in the true god realm. They did not need the blood god fruit. This ancient road is really full of immortal opportunities. I can't believe we can find such immortal treasures in such a random place. No wonder those young talents broke their heads to enter the Lord Theological Seminary and enter this ancient road. The White Tiger was a little excited. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin were also excited. Baiziki, Yang Qi, and the others couldn't help but have their eyes light up. Apart from Lin Tian and Ai Yao Yao and little Taichu, these blood celestial fruits would definitely allow them to raise their cultivation by at least a small level in a short period of time. Let's find a secluded place and refine all of these blood immortal fruits to increase your cultivation, Lin Tian said. Now, more than 10,000 experts from the chaotic tribe had entered this ancient road. Each of them was an expert and would kill anyone who did not belong to the chaotic tribe. They needed to increase their cultivation as soon as possible. Now that they had found these blood immortal fruits, it was naturally best to let Baiziki and the others refine them first. There were many desolate mountains nearby. He spread out his powerful divine thought and found an inconspicuous, desolate mountain. He found a secluded place and engraved several ceiling formations. Then he and little Taichu and Ni Yao Yao guarded Baiziki and the others. Baiziki and the others immediately began to refine the blood immortal fruits. For a time, several different kinds of radiance intertwined in this place. In the blink of an eye, about half a month had passed. Boom, boom, boom. After half a month, the group broke through one after another and reached the peak of the immortal king realm. Even Fanning Xiong was no exception. In the following month, the group of people stabilized their cultivation here before stopping to cultivate. Awesome! Wu Xing Crocodile couldn't help but howl, just like when he broke through before. White Tiger and Ling Yun's eyes were shining. They were naturally very excited. Bai Ziki, Yang Qi, and Fanning Xiong were quietly comprehending their current battle strength. Faint light surrounded their bodies. All in all, the group's essence, energy, and spirit were now very strong. All right, let's go. Lin Tiandao, Bai Ziki, and the others had finished refining the blood immortal fruits. At this time, they were going to continue to the depths of the ancient road. He and the group walked out of the desolate mountain. His true God divine thought spread out in all directions, looking for the sword soul fragments. His main purpose for coming to this ancient road was to find the sword soul fragments that were scattered on this ancient road. Before coming in, I should have asked Senior Go about the exact location of the sword soul fragments. Then he couldn't help but mutter to himself, I wonder how the battle outside is going between that senior and the godly kings of the chaotic tribe. The Senior Go he was talking about was naturally the white-haired elder who had invited him to the Emperor God College. His name was Gu Qing. Previously, when they had entered the ancient road, Gu Qing, the dean of the Imperial College, and another vice dean were fighting against the 3 supreme experts of the primal chaos tribe. Those 3 people also emitted the godly king pressure, and all of them were godly kings. As he thought of this, he immediately shook his head. There was no point in thinking about this right now. It was useless. Let's go. He called out to Bai Ziki and the others, and they continued to go deeper into the ancient road. Boom! At this moment, there was a shocking fluctuation of divine power in the distance behind them. A dozen figures stepped forward, all of them surrounded by chaotic light. They were the experts of the chaotic tribe who had entered this ancient road. As soon as they appeared, their eyes fell on Lin Tianyi and the others. They rushed forward together. Weak humans, kill them all. The leading cultivator of the chaotic tribe said coldly. In the blink of an eye, a dozen people stepped forward. 5 of them were peak-stage immortal kings, and 7 were early-stage true gods. Lin Tian stopped and turned to look. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. A dozen people dared to look for trouble. Buzz! The silver divine light appeared. He didn't move, but the silver divine picture of 4 symbols rushed out from behind him. As soon as it appeared, it began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it became about 10 feet in diameter, covering all the 12 experts of the chaotic tribe. The 12 experts of the chaotic tribe trembled as though they had been immobilized. Instantly, they were unable to move. All of them were imprisoned in the void. The divine power in their bodies seemed to have solidified, and they were unable to circulate it. The dozen people looked at Lin Tian, who took out the divine picture of 4 symbols, and all of them changed their expressions. They had already killed many disciples of the imperial courtyard when they entered this ancient road, and it was no big deal. At this time, when they found Lin Tianyi and the others, they directly rushed over and wanted to kill them all. They thought that they could kill Lin Tianyi and the others in an instant, but they didn't expect that the result would be like this. They were all suppressed by Lin Tian in an instant. Let us go. Otherwise, you will suffer a fate worse than death. One of the true gods looked at Lin Tian and said coldly. He didn't have the consciousness of a prisoner at all. Lin Tian was too lazy to say anything. He flicked his finger, and a golden light flew out, shattering him with a puff. His physical body and divine soul were destroyed together. Chapter 1818. The dozens of people from the chaotic race were not weak. However, the strongest among them was only an early-stage true god. When they saw Lin Tian kill one of their true gods with a flick of his finger, they were all shocked. The 11 people who were still alive were unable to move. At this moment, they looked at Lin Tian with fear in their eyes. Killing a true god with a single finger, such fighting power was much stronger than theirs. There was a qualitative difference between the two of them. Looking at their expressions, Lin Tian did not care at all. He did not say anything. He extended his powerful divine will and entered one of the true God's sea of consciousness to search for information about the chaotic tribe. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. He withdrew his divine will from the true God's sea of consciousness. Then, with a flick of his finger, 11 golden rays flew out and penetrated the foreheads of the 11 true gods, wiping out their divine souls. At the same time, the bodies of the 5 immortal king realm chaotic tribe cultivators were shattered. The bodies of the 6 true gods were preserved. He divided the 6 flesh shells among Baiziki, Fan Yingxiong, Yang Qi, Ling Yin, Wuxing Crocodile, and White Tiger. The 6 of them used the Saint Refining Treasure technique to refine the 6 flesh shells. They would definitely be able to step into the half-step true God realm in a short time. Find a place to refine them, Wuxing Crocodile said excitedly. Lin Tian nodded. He found a barren mountain nearby and protected the group as they used the Saint Refining Treasure technique to refine the flesh shells. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. In a month's time, after Baiziki and the others used the Saint Refining Treasure technique to refine the 6 true God fleshly shells, their cultivation rose by a large margin. All of them reached the half-step true God realm, and their essence, energy, spirit, and other aspects improved greatly. It's time to start comprehending the divine Tao, White Tiger said. Normally, after reaching the half-step true God realm, one would need to comprehend the divine Tao before one could make a breakthrough. Ordinary treasures of heaven and earth were of no use, unless one could find the divine Tao treasure crystal, a divine crystal condensed from the pure divine Tao aura between heaven and earth. Only then could one directly reach the true God realm from the half-step true God realm after refining it. Lin Tian had used the destructive power of Yi Yinshan, Yuan Yunfu, and Lan Tianjin to forge his body, forcibly elevating his thunder immortal Tao and nature immortal Tao to the divine Tao at the same time. This was a very special situation. Take your time to comprehend. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. After Baiziki and the others finished refining the flesh shells of the true gods, they returned to the depths of the ancient road. Following the eastern direction of the ancient path, they soon traversed several dozen desolate immortal mountains. In some of these mountains, they saw many ferocious beasts. Their demonic might was extremely dense, and there were quite a number of true divinity-level ferocious beasts. This ancient road is truly extraordinary, Ling Yin said. How could an ordinary person reach the saint domain? How could it attract so many people? Even the chaotic tribe has jumped out, and there are more than 10,000 of them. White Tiger said. Then he paused, looked at Lin Tian, and asked, "By the way, kid, didn't you search the consciousness of that chaotic tribe cultivator earlier? What did you find out? What did you find out?" Hearing this, the others also looked at Lin Tian. They had all seen Lin Tian search the consciousness of another chaotic tribe, true God. I found out a lot, but it's too complicated. I'll just say 3 things. Lin Tian said, "First, they came from the chaotic world, a great world twice as vast as the immortal domain. The entire chaotic world only has the chaotic tribe and many other chaotic savage beasts. Second, the chaotic tribe is indeed related to the chaotic king, who is the ruler of this tribe. Third, this tribe is very powerful, including the chaotic king. There are 5 god emperors in the tribe." Hearing his words, by who Ling Yin and the others couldn't help but be moved. These cultivators of the primal chaos tribe who had barged into this ancient path actually came from a primal chaos world that was about twice as vast as the immortal region. Moreover, as expected, they were related to the primal chaos king. The chaotic king is the leader of the chaotic tribe, and there are 5 god emperors. This is really, Wuxing Crocodile muttered to himself. One had to admit that a tribe with 5 god emperors was really terrifying. One had to know that people of that level were all existences that could shake the heavens and move the earth. They all had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Also, there's something about the Saint Domain. Lin Tian looked into the depths of the ancient road and said in a low voice, from the chaotic tribe cultivator's consciousness, I found that the so-called Saint Domain doesn't seem to be a great world that's bigger than the immortal domain as we've heard. It's a super-world seed that exists in the deepest part of the strange space. Hearing this, the group was moved again. It's not a great world, but a world seed? What does that mean? Do you understand the process of a seed blossoming and bearing fruit? Lin Tian explained, a world seed is something that can grow into a real great world. He said, from what I saw in that person's consciousness, it seems to be something that's been nurtured by the heavens and the earth for countless years. Once it blossoms and bears fruit, it can grow into a great world that's countless times bigger than the immortal domain. From this point of view, it's actually not wrong to call it a Saint Domain great world. As he spoke, he continued, and after a world seed grows into a great world, it's not only vast, but it also has other endless benefits. Simply put, once someone obtains that world seed and places it in their body to let it blossom and bear fruit into a great world, as that great world continues to evolve, their future achievements will be limitless. It's very likely that they'll comprehend a power that's even more terrifying than order. What? White Tiger and the others were even more moved. Their hearts couldn't help but twitch violently. A world seed, after being obtained and placed in one's body, could transform into a great world that was countless times bigger than the immortal domain. Lin Tian's last sentence. It's very likely that they'll comprehend a power that's even more terrifying than order, caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. This is so exaggerated. Whooshing Crocodile opened its eyes wide. Previously, it had heard the old Peak Emperor god mention that in the vast world there were countless cultivators and experts, but there were only 5 people who had comprehended order. From this point alone, it was enough to show how terrifying order was. It was almost an invincible power. But now, Lin Tian actually said that the world seed could nurture a power that's even stronger than order. What kind of power was that? This was simply unheard of. From that person's consciousness, that's what I saw. Lin Tian Andao. Regarding this, he was actually very shocked as well. Then, did you find out what order is in that person's consciousness? White Tiger asked. It was quite curious about order. Lin Tian shook his head. That person only had the knowledge that the world seed could nurture a power that's even more terrifying than order, but he didn't know what order was. Chapter 1819. The Power of Order. This was the strongest power that Lin Tian knew of. However, he did not know what it was. I'll ask Wu Yi when I go back next time, he said to himself. He was muttering to himself. Baiziki and the others could not help but fall into deep thought. What Lin Tian said was really too shocking. No matter what, it's still a super divine item. We have to find a way to get it. The White Tiger said as it tugged on its paw. We can try, but that thing is not easy to get. Lin Tiandao. That world seed existed in a strange space at the end of the ancient road. If one wanted to get it, it had nothing to do with one's cultivation level. He knew from the mind of that chaotic tribe cultivator that many immortal emperors had tried to get it, but none of them could. If it's not easy to get it, then think of a way to get it. This kind of supreme treasure definitely cannot fall into the hands of others. The whooshing crocodile said. Its eyes were shining and it was almost drooling. A seed that could nurture a power stronger than order. Just the sound of it was endlessly tempting. Lin Tian glanced at it and did not say anything. He called out to the group, and they continued to walk toward the end of the ancient road. Boom! Right at this moment, in the distant sky, an extremely shocking divine power appeared. A figure was heading straight toward them. There was a faint aura of a god king floating in the air, causing the whole space to tremble involuntarily. This caused Lin Tianyi and the others to be moved. However, in the next moment, when they saw the face of the figure that was exuding the aura of a god king, they all sighed in relief. This person was surprisingly the vice dean of the Lord Theological Seminary, Guqing. Guqing came very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lin Tianyi and the others. "Senior." Lin Tianyi and the others hurriedly greeted him. Just now, they had thought that it was a god king from the chaotic tribe. Guqing nodded at them and directly said to Lin Tiandao, "This is only a strand of my divine sense, and it can't last for too long. There are some things that I want to tell you." He said, "You've heard about the Saint Realm at the end of the ancient road, right?" "I know a little." Before Lin Tian could speak, the white tiger could not help but say, "Lin Tian searched the sea of consciousness of a chaotic tribe true God. I heard that it was not a sacred region, but a superworld seed." Guqing was a little surprised, but he did not hide it. He was prepared to tell this to the group anyway. It is indeed a world seed that was discovered countless years ago. The Lord Theological Seminary was established for the sole purpose of finding the person who could obtain and make that world seed blossom and bear fruit. That thing is very important to the future of the world. It concerns the future of the great heaven and earth? So exaggerated? Wuxing Crocodile glared at him. Even Lin Tian, who had the strongest state of mind in the group, was moved. The Lord Theological Seminary existed to find the person who could obtain and make that world seed blossom. Although he was also shocked by this, compared to Guqing's last sentence, this shock was obviously nothing. Guqing's last sentence, that world seed was actually related to the future of the world? One had to know that the real world was not as simple as a few worlds. It was the sum of the endless worlds and the boundless starry sky. It was the general name of all the places where light and darkness existed. Although that world seed was very shocking, it could be said to be the most precious treasure of the world. However, he did not expect that thing to be related to such a shocking relationship. Whether it is exaggerated or not, even I can't say for sure. However, I know that it is very important, very important. Guqing's expression was very serious as he said, "The Lord Theological Seminary has an ancient teaching that has been passed down for countless years. The imperial courtyard has to find the person who can obtain that world seed, but not just anyone can do it. It also mentioned that it must not fall into the hands of a few big clans or a group of powerful people. The chaotic tribe is one of them." "This why?" Ling Yin muttered. "Why does it feel like the chaotic tribe is the enemy of this world? Don't tell me they want to unify this world?" "I don't know. I can't explain it clearly." Guqing shook his head. The Emperor God Academy had been established for countless years. As the current vice principal, he didn't know how long the Emperor God Academy had been in existence. That ancient teaching was just a simple sentence. What it involved was that the world seed can affect the future of the world, and it can't fall into the hands of the primal chaos race or other great races. Neither he nor the current principal knew what it meant. They only knew that since the founders of the academy had left behind this ancient teaching, it naturally had an extremely important meaning. They definitely couldn't be careless. "Aren't you the deputy dean of the imperial courtyard? Why are you so unclear about the ancient teaching of the Lord Theological Seminary?" The white tiger muttered. Lin Tian did not think too much about it. He looked at Guqing, paused, and asked, "Then, Senior, why are you looking for us?" Guqing deliberately used a strand of divine consciousness to enter the ancient road to find them. Naturally, he did not think that Guqing was just here to chat. There must be something. Guqing nodded and said in a deep voice, "The chaotic tribe is here for the world seed. I and the other higher-ups of the Lord Theological Seminary are pinned down at this time. We are unable to enter the ancient road for the time being. However, a large number of powerful cultivators from the chaotic tribe have entered to obtain the world seed. Moreover, there are a few outstanding cultivators among them." He said, "It's not that easy to get the world seed. Even the cultivators from the primal chaos tribe who entered here, including those amazing people, might not be able to get it. However, we can't be careless. He looked at Lin Tian and said, "We are pinned down for the time being. The world seed exists at the end of the ancient road. I hope that you will do your best to stop the cultivators from the chaotic tribe from reaching the end of the ancient road. Stop them from getting close to the world seed." Then he changed the topic and said, "Of course, it would be best if you can obtain it yourself." Lin Tian heard this and nodded without hesitation. Okay, putting aside the fact that the chaos race wanted to kill them and was their enemy, and that he himself was very interested in the world seed and wanted to take a look at it, he didn't want the world seed to fall into the hands of the chaos race. Just the fact that Gu Qing had saved his life in secret made it impossible for him to reject Gu Qing's request. As he spoke, he looked at Gu Qing and continued, "However, before that, Junior has to find something first. I think Senior ought to know what that thing is. Senior, please tell Junior where that thing is located on the ancient path." Gu Qing naturally knew what Lin Tian was talking about and said, "That thing exists in the latter half of this ancient path." As he said this, he directly pointed out a finger, and a faint ray of light entered between Lin Tian's eyebrows. As the ray of light entered between his eyebrows, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. The ray of light that Gu Qing pointed out not only had a specific coordinate, but also contained images. Among them was a colorful light source. Chapter 1820. Lin Tian's eyes lit up when he found out the exact location of the sword soul fragment on the ancient road. Now he could save a lot of time searching for the sword soul fragment. "Thank you, Senior." He thanked Gu Qing. Gu Qing waved his hand, and his body suddenly became extremely faint. His real body was fighting with the experts of the chaotic tribe, so his divine consciousness could only exist for a short period of time. "I'll leave the matter of the world seed to you. I really hope that you'll have the chance to obtain it." He said, "The purpose of the Lord Theological Seminary was to find the person who could obtain the world seed." Lin Tian was not from the chaotic tribe or the few special experts in the imperial courtyard's ancient teachings. If Lin Tian could obtain the world seed, he would naturally be very happy. After all, this meant that the purpose of the Lord Theological Seminary's existence had been achieved. As he finished speaking, his body became even fainter. Finally, he nodded at Lin Tian and instantly disappeared. "This is a huge and difficult task," the white tiger muttered. It was not an easy task to ambush more than 10,000 experts of the chaotic tribe. After all, there were hundreds of heavenly gods among the 10,000 chaotic tribe cultivators, and some of them were peak heavenly gods. Their overall strength was much stronger than theirs. "That Senior has done me a favor, so I'll naturally repay it," Lin Tiandao said. "Moreover, the chaotic tribe cultivators who entered wanted to kill us all. We'll just treat it as an eye for an eye. It's no big deal." As he spoke, he called out to Baiziki and the others. They flew into the air and headed toward the second half of the ancient road as fast as they could. This ancient road was very special. Although they could fly and shatter space, it was very difficult to open up a space tunnel and travel a long distance. Perhaps even Immortal King-level experts would find it difficult to do so. How long will it take to reach the exact location of that thing? Whooshing Crocodile asked. "With our current speed, it'll take us about a year or so to fly nonstop." Lin Tiandao said. "What? 1 year?" Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Obviously, it didn't expect it to take so long. This ancient road is not short. In a situation where we are unable to open a spatial tunnel, there is nothing we can do about it. Lin Tiandao. He didn't say anything else. He called out to the group of people and headed straight into the depths of the ancient path. At the same time, they also released their powerful divine senses to search for valuable immortal treasures in the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, half a month's time passed. Their group traveled through the air, moving far into the depths of the ancient path. Half a month later, on this day, dozens of waves of shocking divine might came from behind them. Some cultivators of the chaotic tribe had arrived at the same spot. When they saw the group of people, they didn't say anything. Some of them immediately attacked, sending out murderous light. This was a peak-level true God expert. He only sent out a single beam of killing light, but it was extremely terrifying. It completely locked down the space in all directions. The killing aura enveloped Lin Tianyi and the others, as if it could destroy everything. F***CK, this group of chaotic tribe dogs. Another group of them caught up, so quickly. This killing light is really White Tiger cursed. It was only a half step to true God. Facing the killing light from a peak-level true God, it naturally felt terrified. Lin Tiandao waved his hand and sent out a golden sword light. The golden sword light was the essence of the sword essence of the Ling Tian sword manual. It instantly shattered the killing light from the true God of the chaotic tribe. Then, it continued to attack without slowing down. With a poof, it penetrated the body of the chaotic tribe cultivator who attacked and shattered him. Moreover, even his spiritual soul was annihilated. This, among the dozens of cultivators of the chaotic tribe, most of them were shocked. A peak-level true God had been killed by a casual strike of the sword. This kind of combat power shocked them, and their pupils constricted. One of the cultivators of the chaotic tribe looked at the middle-aged man in a black robe and said, "Sir, this human, the cultivator of the chaotic tribe who was killed previously, was the most powerful cultivator among them other than the middle-aged man in a black robe." That person had been killed by Lin Tianyi's sword. They instantly knew how terrifying Lin Tianyi was. They knew that only the middle-aged man in a black robe could deal with Lin Tianyi. This was because the middle-aged man in a black robe was a heavenly god in the middle stage. The middle-aged man in a black robe looked cold. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and a ray of chaotic light slashed towards Lin Tianyi. Middle stage, heavenly god. As this person made his move, 5 Elements Crocodile and the others instantly sensed this person's cultivation, and their expressions all changed. Moreover, not to mention his cultivation, the chaotic light that he had slashed towards them sent chills down their spines. An oppressive force sealed the surroundings in the blink of an eye. They did not know how much more powerful he was than the peak-level true God who had attacked earlier. Lin Tianyi narrowed his eyes. Naturally, he felt the pressure. After all, his opponent was a heavenly god in the middle stage. However, although he felt the pressure, he was not afraid at all. He swung his Chaos Emperor fist to meet the attack. With a thud, his fist slammed down and collided with the chaotic light that the middle-aged man in a black robe had slashed towards him. With a swoosh, the chaotic light shattered into pieces. How is this possible? His cultivation is only a true god in the middle stage. To be able to kill a peak-level true god in an instant should be his limit. To be able to block Sir's attack, The dozens of cultivators behind the middle-aged man in a black robe were shocked. The middle-aged man in a black robe narrowed his eyes. Then, a cold light flashed across his eyes. He took a step towards Lin Tianyi. Boom! The heavenly god's aura surged. He pressed down on the divine light handprint, which was intertwined with majestic divine power. It was as if it could suppress everything in the world. Lin Tianyi did not waste any time. His divine power vibrated, and he swung his Chaos Emperor fist again. Boom! The powerful punch was even more powerful than the previous one. It collided with the middle-aged man in a black robe and did not lose ground. However, it did not gain the upper hand at all. After all, with his current cultivation, it was still very difficult for him to fight a heavenly god in the middle stage. The middle-aged man in a black robe's face darkened. He was a little uncomfortable that he could not suppress a true god in the middle stage after 2 consecutive attacks. After a cold snort, heavenly god-level divine power surged, and he attacked Lin Tianyi violently. Lin Tianyi did not dodge. He held up the reincarnation map and used the Thunder Divine Path and Nature Divine Path at the same time. He also used various other superpowers and secret skills to fight the heavenly god from the chaotic tribe head-on. Boom! 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 This was an astonishing battle, causing the surrounding void to collapse. With his mid-stage true divinity level cultivation base, he faced his opponent head-on. Although he was under great pressure, he didn't show any signs of being defeated. They were basically evenly matched. Wu Yimi, is this all you've got? You can't even suppress a true god in the middle stage. That's a little embarrassing. A mocking voice was heard. Another chaotic tribe cultivator appeared in the sky. He was a middle-aged man surrounded by chaotic light. He was also a heavenly god in the middle stage. He walked towards them step by step. Let me give you a hand. Chapter 1821. The dazzling divine light fell on Lin Tian, intertwined with a shocking killing intent. It was even stronger than the black-robed, middle-aged man that Lin Tian was fighting. Lin Tian was immediately shaken. With his current combat strength, blocking a middle-stage divine realm expert was already his limit. If another middle-stage divine realm expert attacked him at the same time, he would definitely not be able to defend himself. Boom! The intertwined divine light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it fell in front of Lin Tian, annihilating the void in all directions. Clang! It was also at this moment that a majestic sword hum rang out. Not far away, a beam of sword light slashed over. It was extremely sharp, and with a swoosh, it shattered the divine light that was about to descend upon Lin Tian. Moreover, the sword light did not slow down at all. It slashed toward the cultivator from the chaotic tribe who had unleashed the divine light. Its speed was even faster than the divine light, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived before the middle-aged man who had unleashed the divine light. The middle-aged man from the chaotic tribe had long brown hair. He shattered the sword light with one palm. He looked in the direction where the sword light came from and said coldly, "Who is it?" At the same time, Lin Tian was also shaken. While fighting the black-robed, middle-aged man, he also looked in the direction where the sword light came from. There, a man in black walked over. He seemed to be silent, which made Lin Tian's expression change slightly. At the same time, Baiziki and the others were also shocked. "It's him." Ling Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. The black-robed man was none other than Mo Byron, the young supremacy who ranked first on the ranking of 100 immortals. Mo Byron walked over and glanced at Lin Tian. Then he walked toward the middle-aged man with long brown hair. "A half-step divine realm expert? You want to fight me?" The brown-haired expert's eyes turned cold. "You're courting death." With a boom, divine light burst out from his body. Endless chaotic light intertwined and pressed down on Mo Byron. This strike was at least 10 times stronger than the ball of divine radiance that struck towards Lin Tian earlier. Mo Byron's expression did not change. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped by the divine light. However, when the chaotic light, filled with murderous intent, landed on him, it did not cause him any harm. He walked out of the divine light silently. He did not slow down and continued to walk toward the middle-aged man with brown hair. This caused everyone's expression to change. That mass of chaotic killing light was actually useless against Mo Byron. Just now, he didn't seem to have used any defensive spells at all. But now, how could he? Ling Yun and the others were shocked. Lin Tian was also surprised. When Mo Byron appeared, he had been watching him closely. His eyesight and divine sense were much stronger than ordinary people, so he was sure that Mo Byron didn't put up any defense. However, that brown-haired, middle-aged man's primal chaos light had no effect on Mo Byron. This was hard for him to understand. What happened? The black-robed, middle-aged man who was fighting against him narrowed his eyes. He couldn't help but frown at what was happening. The brown-haired, middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. A mere half-step heavenly god, a human cultivator that their tribe looked down on, had actually rendered his killing ray, a mid-stage heavenly god of the primal chaos tribe, ineffective. "I'll end you." That person coldly spoke. With a thunderous boom, an even more terrifying primordial light gushed out, transforming into a gigantic primordial chaos sword. Its sharp sword intent seemed to want to slash apart everything in this world as it slashed down towards M.O. Byron. In the blink of an eye, the primal chaos sword was right in front of M.O. Byron. The heavenly god-level sword power was surging violently. M.O. Byron was still silent. As the faint light flickered, a boundless heavenly river appeared behind him. It was completely formed by the primal chaos light, and there were even large stars orbiting within it. It seemed to be able to suppress the heavens and the earth, intertwining with an unparalleled majesty. Lin Tian was the first to be shocked. At the same time, the two heavenly gods of the chaotic tribe, Baiziki, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ai Yao Yao and Fanning Xiong were all shocked. Chaotic body, King's domain, primal chaos, immortal river. Ling Yun's eyes widened. He's a chaotic body. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Behind M.O. Byron, the primal chaos immortal river surged violently. The waves rose to the sky and surrounded many stars. The power was so strong that it made people's hearts palpitate. Chaotic body, so that's what it is. No wonder the primal chaos killing light that the heavenly god of the chaotic tribe unleashed was useless against him. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. At this moment, he could not help but stop fighting with the black-robed, middle-aged man from the chaotic tribe. They stood opposite each other, and their gazes fell upon M.O. Byron. The primal chaos light that the brown-haired, chaotic tribe cultivator had unleashed, and the primal chaos light that surrounded the other chaotic tribe cultivators was because they had lived in the chaotic world for a long time and cultivated the ancient scriptures about chaos. The chaotic body, on the other hand, was born from the fusion of chaos and could control all chaotic energy. It could be said that it was the core of chaos. Ordinary chaotic energy could not hurt the chaotic body at all, just like how a drop of water could not drown an ocean. Of course, this also depended on the difference in cultivation level. After all, a half-step heavenly god chaotic body would not be able to withstand the primal chaos light that was unleashed by an ordinary divine emperor chaotic tribe cultivator. Even if the chaotic body was born from the fusion of chaos, the body would not be able to withstand it. However, the brown-haired, middle-aged man's cultivation level was not much higher than M.O. Byron's. There was only a difference of 2 small levels. As such, he could not do anything to M.O. Byron. It could be said that M.O. Byron was the natural counter to his opponent. You! The brown-haired middle-aged man was shocked and angry. He could not help but take a step back. He was a little afraid of M.O. Byron. This was because the king of his tribe had the chaotic body. He naturally knew how terrifying the chaotic body was. It was known as the strongest body constitution under the reincarnation body. If the reincarnation body did not appear, it would be able to suppress all bloodline constitutions under normal circumstances. He would never have thought that stepping onto the ancient road and attacking Lin Tian would provoke a chaotic body. M.O. Byron strode towards his opponent. Without saying anything else, the primal chaos light that was intertwined by the primal chaos immortal river behind him became even more terrifying. In the next moment, the primal chaos light that was intertwined by the primal chaos immortal river pressed down on the brown-haired, chaotic tribe expert. In the blink of an eye, the primal chaos immortal river covered all directions. Vaguely, the primal chaos divine Tao intertwined and enveloped his opponent. No, the heavenly god-tier powerhouse screamed in horror as he summoned a massive amount of divine power to defend himself. However, it was futile. In an instant, the chaotic celestial river crushed his divine power light screen. Then his physical body and divine soul were crushed into pieces. This is really... In the distance, Ling Yun could not help but stare. He killed a middle stage, heavenly god with one blow. The chaotic body, the number one on the ranking of 100 immortals. He really lives up to his name. But how terrifying! Whooshing Crocodile could not help but shrink his neck. Baiziki and Yangqi's eyes shone brightly as they stared at Mo Byron. Both of them couldn't help but want to fight. Chapter 1822. Lin Tian naturally knew that Mo Byron was trying to help him. He roughly knew the reason as well. When Mo Byron was refining the Origin Divine weapon, he had helped him. Mo Byron was obviously trying to return the favor. After Mo Byron killed the brown-haired middle-aged man, he asked if he still needed help. He shook his head. "Many thanks, but there's no need," he said. With that, he channeled the Sun Heart Sutra to the maximum with a boom. The reincarnation diagram rose up once again and merged with the nameless Tao Law, Thunder Divine Tao, and Nature Divine Tao to form the strongest reincarnation diagram of the Divine Tao. However, compared to before, the reincarnation diagram was undoubtedly many times stronger. In his body, the power of faith in the immortal Emperor Pagoda surged out and intertwined in his body, increasing his battle prowess by roughly 3 times in an instant. The divine might that erupted from his body also increased by 3 times. Boom! As he raised the divine Tao reincarnation diagram with his battle prowess increased by 3 times, a divine and majestic aura surged out. This was the strongest reincarnation diagram he had ever created. As this aura surged out, even though Mo Byron's expression didn't change, his eyes flickered. The black-robed, middle-aged man from the chaotic tribe trembled. He cursed inwardly. Damn it! Then he turned around and fled. At this time, he felt the terrifying power of Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram. He felt the threat of death. If he tried to resist, he definitely wouldn't be able to. Moreover, there was a chaotic body beside him. He wouldn't be able to block it. Therefore, no matter what, he could only escape to have a chance of survival. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. With a single thought, the reincarnation diagram that was supported by 3 times the battle prowess directly pressed down on his opponent. Boundless energy surged out. The reincarnation diagram that was supported by 3 times the battle prowess was incomparably tyrannical. The divine might instantly sealed the space in all directions. The black-robed, middle-aged man from the chaotic tribe was shocked, angry, and terrified that his escape route was blocked. He summoned his heavenly god, level divine, might to meet the attack. However, under the divine path reincarnation diagram that Lin Tian had activated with 3 times his battle prowess, the divine might he had unleashed was clearly not enough. It was crushed to pieces at the first moment. Afterwards, the divine path reincarnation diagram continued to press down without slowing down. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the black-robed, middle-aged man from the chaotic race was crushed by the supreme Tao reincarnation diagram. His divine soul perished along with it. This brat's battle strength seems to have soared a lot. He's only a mid-stage true god, but he can actually kill a mid-stage heavenly god. Ling Yan's eyes widened. He didn't know that Lin Tian had tripled his combat strength with the power of faith. Amazing! And Yaoni said, "Pervert!" The white tiger muttered. Baiziki, Yangqi, and the others were visibly shaken. Lin Tian, a mid-true god, had killed a mid-heaven god. It was a shocking sight. How could this be? Weak humans, you actually. In another position, dozens of primal chaos tribe cultivators were trembling. The fact that Mo Byron had killed one of their mid-stage heavenly deities was enough to shock them. However, no matter what, Mo Byron was still a half-step heavenly deity. Moreover, he could restrain their chaos physique. But now Lin Tian, a mid-stage true god, had actually killed one of their mid-stage heavenly deities in one strike. Go! Retreat! Among the dozens of primal chaos tribe cultivators, one of them shouted in a trembling voice and turned to flee. Now that two of their heavenly god-tier powerhouses had been killed, how were they going to fight back? They could only run. In an instant, swooshing sounds could be heard as the dozens of primal chaos tribe cultivators fled at lightning speed. Lin Tian glanced at the dozens of primal chaos tribe cultivators. With a casual wave of his hand, a large number of sword rays shot out like raindrops. At this time, his tripled combat strength was no longer there. Moreover, his essence, energy, and spirit were much weaker than when he was at his peak. However, the sword rays he shot out were still terrifying. It was easy for him to kill ordinary cultivators below the heavenly god level. Suddenly, puff, 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 streaks of blood, mist exploded, dyeing a large area of the void red. The dozens of primal chaos tribe cultivators were all killed in the blink of an eye. Their bodies and spirits were all destroyed. Killing true gods is like chopping grass. The white tiger rolled his eyes. Lin Tian's combat strength was too strong. Lin Tian himself did not react to this. He walked in the void and stood in front of Mo Byron. "Thank you." He thanked Mo Byron again. He had the power of faith. After tripling his combat strength, he could kill a middle-stage heavenly god. However, that would consume a lot of divine power. Moreover, that level of combat strength could only be maintained for an instant. After that instant, he might not even be able to defeat an early-stage heavenly god. On this day, two middle-stage heavenly gods came together. If Mo Byron did not appear to help, they would be in trouble. Mo Byron shook his head. Lin Tian had helped him more than 10 years ago. He felt that it was only right for him to help now. Those people just now were primal chaos tribe cultivators. They came from another world. Lin Tian told Mo Byron some things about the primal chaos tribe. "I know," Mo Byron said. Mo Byron said he had also been attacked by primal chaos race cultivators before. Just like Lin Tian, he had also searched the other party's sea of consciousness and learned many things. He nodded at Lin Tian and did not say anything else. He walked toward the southeast and soon disappeared. What a terrifying man! I didn't expect to meet another primal chaos physique of the same generation. Whooshing crocodile murmured. Back in the 10 directions heavenly domain, there was also a primal chaos physique. He was said to be invincible among his peers. In the end, he was killed by Lin Tian with a saint weapon. Lin Tian glanced in that direction and said, "All right, let's go." Now, his first goal was to obtain the Sword Soul fragment. He called Baiziki and the others to continue walking toward the depths of the ancient road. They were all moving at a very fast speed. Time passed little by little. The ancient road became extremely chaotic after the primal chaos tribe's invasion. Most of the Lord Theological Seminary's disciples who entered the ancient road were in a bad situation. This was because, although the ordinary disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were young geniuses, they were obviously much weaker than the primal chaos tribe's experts. Lin Tian, Baiziki, and the others walked toward the depths of the ancient road. In the blink of an eye, a full year had passed. In a year's time, some of them had been ambushed by the primal chaos tribe more than 10 times. There were a few times when it was extremely dangerous. There were peak heavenly gods who chased after them, causing them to almost be annihilated. However, they managed to survive in the end. On this day, Lin Tian led the way. The group concealed their auras and came to a deep mountain surrounded by white fog. "We're here." When they arrived and looked ahead, Lin Tian's eyes couldn't help but shine. Chapter 1823. Deep in the mountains, the white fog intertwined like the hazy morning fog. When Lin Tian, Baiziki, and the rest arrived at this place, they did not hesitate and directly led the group into the deep mountains. This mountain was not very majestic. However, when the group of people walked in it, their divine sense was suppressed. Moreover, the suppression was very strong. Basically, they could not use their divine sense here. They could only rely on their vision to observe the surroundings. The sky was filled with thick fog, and the distance that one could see through was very limited. "We're counting on you, kid," Whooshing Crocodile said. He knew that Lin Tian had the eye of delusion and could easily see through the thick white fog in this place. Lin Tian had opened his eye of delusion early in the morning, and strands of dragon patterns surrounded his eyes as he led the group on their way. Soon an hour passed. An hour later, at this moment, Lin Tian's eyes flashed, and the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. This was the reaction of sensing a new sword soul fragment. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, intertwining with strands of seven-colored divine light, and in his sea of consciousness, it spread out in the direction of the deep mountains. "Let's go!" He led Baiziki and the rest forward, and their pace became a little faster. Soon, they had crossed dozens of miles. At this moment, a pool of water suddenly appeared in front of them, occupying an area of about 100 feet. A fist-sized seven-colored light source floated above it, intertwining with divine light, as if it was the first ray of light before the creation of heaven and earth. "Another ball of this thing," Ling Yun muttered. Ling Yun muttered. He had already seen Lin Tian obtain a few balls of this divine light, and every ball of divine light was the same, and their auras were very shocking. "This is..." And Ai Yao Yao was a little moved. With her cultivation, she naturally sensed that this ball of divine light was not ordinary at first glance. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly. Found it. His biggest goal in joining the Lord Theological Seminary and stepping onto this ancient road was to find this thing in front of him. Without a doubt, this was the sword soul fragment of the Rainbow Divine, sword in his sea of consciousness. "Wait for me here." He looked at little Tai Chu and the others. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and arrived at the edge of the pool in an instant. As he came to this position, the seven-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness immediately trembled. Then, the sword soul fragment above the pool also trembled. It seemed to have sensed the aura of the divine sword and began to resonate with the divine sword. Buzz! Seven-colored light flickered, and the sword spirit fragment slowly floated up as if it had its own consciousness. In the blink of an eye, it came to Lin Tian and floated up and down. In the next moment, the fist-sized sword soul fragment flashed and entered Lin Tian's body. In the blink of an eye, the sword soul fragment moved around his body and went straight to his sea of consciousness. With a whoosh, it entered the divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. In an instant, the divine sword trembled and some of the dim divine patterns on it lit up. Then, a majestic seven-colored light overflowed from it. This seven-colored light contained an astonishing amount of celestial spiritual chi, as well as the power of the Great Path, the Immortal Path, and the Divine Path. It surged into Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian's body shook slightly and his eyes sparkled. He immediately activated the Heart Sutra of Sun and began to refine the seven-colored light that entered his body. In an instant, as he absorbed and refined the seven-colored divine light, his essence, spirit, and cultivation began to rise at a very fast speed. Lin Tian had long been used to this. This was a gift from the sword soul fragment that he found every time he found a new one. It was the power of heaven and earth that the sword soul fragment absorbed. Moreover, every time he found a new sword soul fragment, the amount of power the new sword soul fragment gave him was directly related to his current cultivation level. It was as if the sword soul fragment had its own consciousness. He stood by the pool and the seven-colored light surrounded his body. As time passed, it became more and more dazzling. In the blink of an eye, a total of 7 days passed. After 7 days, the new sword soul fragment and the divine sword had completely merged. The seven-colored divine light around his body gradually disappeared, leaving only the golden divine light surrounding his body. It had become many times more stable than before. Middle stage true God realm. He muttered to himself. Since the gift of the new sword soul fragment, his cultivation level had improved tremendously. Now he was not far away from the peak of True God realm. He scanned his sea of consciousness. In it, more of the divine patterns on the seven-colored divine sword had lit up. About 2/9 of it was still dim. I found more than 80% of the sword soul fragments scattered in heaven and earth. There's still about 20% of them left. He muttered to himself. The seven-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness was covered with strange divine patterns. He could not understand them. However, every time he found a new sword soul fragment, when the sword soul fragment merged with the divine sword, a part of these strange divine patterns on the surface of the sword would light up. Therefore, he was sure that when all these divine patterns on the surface of the sword lit up, it would be the day when the divine sword would become complete. I wonder how powerful it will be when it is complete. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. This divine sword was the most important reason for him to embark on the path of cultivation. It had a great impact on him. He was also full of expectations for this divine sword. Once it was complete, he was 100% sure that its power would be earth-shattering. He took a deep breath and calmed his mind. Then he turned around and took a step forward, arriving in front of Ling Yun and the others. "That thing, what is it?" And Ai Yao Yao looked at him and could not help but ask. As a true god, she could feel that the sword soul fragment was not ordinary. It exuded an unapproachable aura, and its aura was very frightening. She could not help but tremble. She had a feeling that she could not get close to it at all. However, Lin Tian was so close to it and easily took it in his hand. This really surprised her. "It's very important." Lin Tian Dao. He did not say too much about it. He called out to Baiziki and the others to step out of the mountains. Soon they were out of the mountains, to the end of the ancient road. Appearing outside the mountains, he looked at the deepest part of the ancient road and said, now that he had achieved his goal of setting foot on the ancient road, he would immediately go to the deepest part of the ancient road to protect the world seed that existed there. This was what Guqing, who had saved his life, entrusted to him. He had to complete it seriously. Moreover, the significance of the world seed was very special. It was so important that it could affect the future of the world. No matter what, he could not let the cultivators of the chaotic tribe get the world seed. At the same time, he was also very interested in the world seed. If he could do it, he would take it. After all, it was a sacred object that could nurture power that surpassed the power of order. Moreover, this was also what Guqing was looking forward to. She hoped that he could take it. Go, go, go. That world seed must be taken by our own people. We can't let others get it, Whooshing Crocodile said. Immediately, the group rose into the air and headed toward the end of the ancient road. Chapter 1824. The chaotic divine light was extremely fast, and the aura it carried was horrifying. Lin Tian and the others could not help but be shocked. Dodge, Lin Tian said in a low voice. He asked Baiziki, Fanning Xiong, and the others to dodge. At the same time, he moved a few 100 feet away. They dodged the chaotic divine light, which landed on a desolate mountain behind them. The entire desolate mountain was pulverized into ashes, and smoke and dust filled the sky. Then they raised their heads and looked in the direction where the chaotic divine light came from. There, two figures appeared. They were two middle-aged men. They were surrounded by the chaotic divine light, and their auras were terrifying. Peak of the divine realm. Looking at the two men, Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. At the same time, Ling Yin and the others were also shocked. Two peak of the divine realm masters appeared. With their strength, they would not be able to withstand it no matter what. Only Lin Tian's expression did not change much. Only the intertwining light in his eyes fell on the two middle-aged men. You can actually avoid it. For weak humans, you are not bad. One of the two middle-aged men from the chaotic tribe spoke. He looked at Lin Tian and the others as if he was looking at a group of mortals. Don't talk nonsense. The 10 divine princes will soon arrive in this space. Before that, we will kill all the humans here. That world seed has nothing to do with one's cultivation level. The chances of us getting it are very small. Only the 10 divine princes have the ability to do so. The other man said coldly. The middle-aged man from the chaotic tribe who spoke first nodded. He raised his hand, and the chaotic divine handprint appeared, covering all directions. With a rumble, the space was imprisoned. The destructive power pressed down on Lin Tianyi and the others, not giving them any chance to dodge. Facing the chaotic divine, handprint pressing down, Wuxing Crocodile felt goosebumps all over his body. The existence of the peak of the divine realm was too powerful for them now. They could not fight against it at all. The difference in cultivation level was too great. You should prepare to become true gods, Lin Tian said. He was not afraid of the giant palm of divine light that was coming down on him. Wuxing Crocodile looked at him. Kid, what are you saying all of a sudden? What true god are we preparing to ascend to? The current situation is that we're about to... Boom! Divine energy shot up into the sky and shook the surroundings. Rainbow divine light surged out of Lin Tian's body, directly interrupting Wuxing Crocodile. A divine sword floated out of his body, surrounded by strands of 7-colored divine light. With a sizzling sound, it shattered the middle-aged chaotic race man's chaotic hand seal. In this place, the heavens trembled, the earth shook, and the void in all directions twisted because of the appearance of the 7-colored divine sword. This is... The expressions of Baiziki and the others instantly changed. The Wuxing Crocodile's expression also changed. Then its eyes widened, and it was pleasantly surprised. You can actually summon this thing again. It naturally knew that there was such a divine sword in Lin Tian's body. It also knew how powerful this divine sword was. Leave their flesh shells and refine them with the saint refining treasure art. Master Crocodile is ready to ascend to the true god realm. It rubbed its claws excitedly. Now, Lin Tian had summoned the divine sword from his body. It did not care about the 2 peak celestial gods standing in front of it at all. With Lin Tian's current cultivation of middle stage true god, this killing sword could definitely kill the 2 of them. At the same time, in the sky, the middle-aged man from the chaotic clan looked at the divine sword that rushed out of Lin Tian's body and was immediately moved. He naturally felt the horror of this divine sword. Moreover, the other person next to him also narrowed his eyes. However, in the next moment, the 2 of them revealed a bright light in their eyes, revealing a greedy luster. Good stuff! Both of them moved at the same time. They reached out their hands and grabbed the 7-colored divine sword beside Lin Tian. Obviously, their thoughts were exactly the same at this time. They wanted to seize the 7-colored divine sword. With a rumble, 2 peak celestial gods' divine powers pressed down. It was much more terrifying than the divine, light giant handprint just now. Lin Tian looked at the 2 of them and could not help but sneer. After obtaining the new sword soul fragment in the deep mountain previously, he found that he could temporarily communicate with the 7-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Therefore, when the 2 peak celestial gods from the chaotic clan pressed down on him, he did not care at all and did not show any fear. At this time, he had successfully summoned the 7-colored divine sword from his sea of consciousness. He had a feeling that he could easily destroy everything. These 2 people dared to make such a move to snatch the divine sword that he had summoned. He smiled sarcastically. Holding the divine sword that he had summoned from his body, he casually swung the sword at the 2 people who were pressing down on him. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing and shook all directions. The invisible sword momentum was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. It was unstoppable. Poof! Poof! Blood sputtered. The 2 middle-aged men from the chaotic clan who were pressing down on him exploded immediately and were slashed into 2 clouds of blood mist. This sword, and Ai Yao Yao could not help but tremble. At the same time, Baiziki, Lingyin, Yangqi, Fanningshiong, and the others' bodies shook violently. The two peak celestial gods were easily slashed into pieces by the divine sword that had rushed out from Lin Tian's body. Brother Lin actually has such a divine weapon. Fan Yingxiong's eyes widened. The divine sword's aura was too terrifying. At this time, his internal organs could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of flesh and blood wriggling could be heard. The broken flesh and bones of the two celestial gods from the chaotic clan merged together in the blink of an eye and reformed into a new body. At this time, they looked at Lin Tian again and looked at the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. As peak celestial gods, the two of them had only faced the impact of the sword radiance of the seven-colored divine sword once. They could deeply feel how terrifying the seven-colored divine sword was. It was born to destroy and could almost cut through everything. "Let's go!" One of them gritted his teeth and called out to the other. They immediately fled into the distance. At this time, they did not want to steal the sword anymore. This was because they knew very well that the divine sword was controlled by Lin Tian at this time. There was no way they could steal it. With two whooshing sounds, the two of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already far away. "You can't escape." Lin Tian smiled. The seven-colored divine sword in his hand trembled, and the seven-colored divine light rippled out like ripples in water. In the blink of an eye, it had covered an endless distance. With a bang, the two celestial gods from the chaotic clan were forcefully knocked back. A majestic divine power fell around them and immediately restrained the two of them. The two chaotic clan powerhouses struggled with all their might. Their peak celestial god divine power surged wildly. However, it was useless. They could not break free from the divine power seal set by Lin Tian's seven-colored divine sword. "Damn it, let us go." Chapter 1825. The two peak heavenly god-tier powerhouses from the chaotic tribe were terrified. They were completely restrained and could not break free at all. "Let us go." The two of them shouted at Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not say anything to them. After suppressing them with the power of the rainbow divine sword, he sent his divine thought origin into one of them's consciousness. Previously, the two of them had mentioned that the 10 divine princes from the chaotic tribe were about to descend. They were the most likely to obtain the world seed at the end of the ancient road. He wanted to know more about the so-called 10 divine princes from the chaotic tribe. At least, he wanted to know how strong the 10 of them were. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths had passed. He withdrew his divine thought and frowned. "What's wrong? What did you find?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. "By Ziki," and the others looked at him. "In about a day at most, the 10 strongest youths from the chaotic tribe will step onto this ancient road. Their cultivation base is either at the peak heavenly god tier or at the half-step divine king level. All of them have the ability to kill ordinary divine kings." Lin Tian said in a deep voice. "What?" Upon hearing this, White Tiger and the others were shocked. The higher one's cultivation base was, the harder it would be to kill a powerhouse of a higher cultivation base. Among the 10 divine princes from the chaotic tribe, there were some who were at the peak heavenly god tier who could kill ordinary divine kings. It was a little shocking. They are the killing weapons that the chaotic tribe has spent endless effort to cultivate. Their bloodline is shocking, and each of them has soaked in countless heavenly treasures that were nurtured in the chaotic tribe. They were even bestowed with god-tier chaotic king blood to forge their flesh and bones. Each of them is terrifying. Lin Tianandao. These were the things he learned from the 2 peak heavenly god-tier powerhouses from the chaotic tribe. He was shocked, and Ai Yao Yao looked at him and at the rainbow divine sword in his hand. "Can you stop the divine king with this sword?" When she heard Lin Tian mention the 10 divine princes of the primal chaos tribe, she was naturally moved. Once those 10 terrifying characters really stepped into the path, They definitely wouldn't be able to stop them with their current strength. Perhaps even the current generation of higher-ups of the Lord Theological Seminary wouldn't be able to do so. Moreover, those higher-ups were also being held back by the other divine kings of the Primal Chaos tribe, so they wouldn't have the energy to come to this ancient path. At this time, she thought of the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand. The sword's aura was too strong. She felt that with Lin Tian's cultivation, he might be able to fight against a God King expert if he controlled the seven-colored divine sword. Sure. Lin Tian nodded, then said, "However, I can't control it as I wish now. I can only control it for about half an hour. After that, I don't know when I'll be able to summon it again." The seven-colored divine sword was extremely powerful. With his current cultivation as a mid-true god, he should be able to stop an ordinary divine king if he controlled this divine sword. However, he still couldn't summon the seven-colored divine sword at any time. At this time, he was only able to use it because he had just obtained a sword soul fragment. He knew very well that the chances of him being able to summon it again in the future were too small, so small that it was negligible. Moreover, even if he could summon it, the amount of divine power required to control it would be ridiculous. He wouldn't be able to hold it for long. He can't control it as he wishes? And Ai Yaoyao was surprised. He can't. Lin Tian shook his head. Whooshing Crocodile added, "Basically, whether or not he can summon this divine sword completely depends on the sword's mood. It has nothing to do with him." And Ai Yaoyao was speechless. She didn't know what to say. They clearly had such a destructive killing weapon, but they couldn't control it as they wished. Then what should we do? If the 10 divine princes of the chaotic tribe really enter, we won't be able to fight them at all. White Tiger frowned and said, "The 10 people who could even kill an ordinary divine king would enter the ancient road in about a day's time. The strongest among them, Lin Tian, was only a mid-true god. He was no match for them at all. The difference in cultivation was just too great." For a moment, the group fell into deep thought. The 10 divine princes of the chaotic tribe would soon enter the ancient road. Things would become very troublesome. Don't think about it. The 10 divine princes are not people that weak humans like you can fight against. There was a cold snort. Seeing Lin Tianyi and the others frown, the 2 chaotic tribe experts who were imprisoned thought that the group was afraid. One of them sneered and threatened, "We'll give you a chance now. Let us go and hand over the divine sword. Perhaps we can secretly take you out of this ancient road and save your lives. Otherwise, all of you will die here. This is an extra kindness to you. Let us go now. Do you want to be buried on this ancient road?" The other person said coldly, "Bury your grandfather. You're asking for a beating. F***, do you know that you're now prisoners?" Whooshing Crocodile, White Tiger, and Ling Yun immediately cursed. They punched and kicked the 2 chaotic tribe experts who were imprisoned by Lin Tian's rainbow divine sword. "Damn it! How dare you? Be **starred. You! How dare you hit my face?" The 2 chaotic tribe experts were shocked and angry. "I'll beat the 2 of you to death." Whooshing Crocodile slashed out with his claws. White Tiger and Ling Yun did not hold back either. They hit the 2 chaotic tribe experts in the face. The 2 chaos beings were strong, and their bodies were strong, too. But now they were restrained by the power of the rainbow god word. Their bodies were weakened, and soon they were beaten black and blue by the man and the 2 beasts. Their faces were covered in blood. You, the 2 chaotic tribe experts were imprisoned and could not move. Their eyes were almost spitting out flames. "You can still talk? Continue to beat them." White Tiger gritted his teeth. The group was worried about the arrival of the 10 divine princes who could kill ordinary supreme gods. However, the 2 chaotic tribe experts threatened them at this time. It was as if they were walking into a fire, since when were they willing to be taken advantage of? At this time, the 2 chaotic tribe experts were imprisoned and could not fight back. Both of them were ready to die. Banging sounds could be heard continuously. In the blink of an eye, the two chaotic tribe experts were beaten until their faces were deformed. "All right, stop fooling around." Lin Tiandao. He stopped the man and the two beasts and took action right away. Using his powerful divine thought and the power of the rainbow divine sword, he obliterated the two's divine souls in an instant, leaving only their flesh shells. He handed them to the 5 elements crocodile, Lingyun, and the rest. With the 2 peak heavenly god tier powerhouses' bodies refined using the saint refining precious technique, the 6 of them would be able to step into the true god realm in a short time. Chapter 1826. Lin Tian shook his head as he listened to Wuxing Crocodile's words. The higher the cultivation base, the weaker the effect of using the saint refinement treasure technique to refine the flesh shell of other living beings to strengthen oneself. In fact, after reaching the middle stage of true God, the efficiency of using this method to increase one's cultivation base is no longer effective. It's basically useless. He said. Wuxing Crocodile could not help but be stunned. Is there such a thing? Although it had learned the saint refinement treasure technique, it had never thought about or studied this treasure technique, so it did not know about this. Of course. Lin Tian nodded and continued. All right, all of you refine these 2 flesh shells. Once you reach the true God level, you'll be able to deal with any ordinary chaotic tribe cultivators. As soon as he finished speaking, he scanned the surroundings with his powerful divine telekinesis and quickly found a more secluded place for Baiziki and the rest to refine the 2 heavenly god-level flesh shells. He, Little Taichu, and Enai Yao Yao would protect Baiziki and the rest. Buzz. Baiziki and the rest began to perform the saint refinement treasure technique. For a moment, 6 different lights intertwined in this place. After the 6 of them had reached the half-step true God realm, they had been walking on this ancient road for more than a year. In this 1 year, they had been comprehending the divine Tao law all the time. They had already gained a very deep understanding of the divine Tao that corresponded to their respective immortal Taos. There was already a faint divine Tao aura intertwining in their bodies. Now, they were only lacking a huge amount of pure energy to break through to the true God realm. The flesh and blood essence of these 2 peak heavenly God tier powerhouses, after being refined with the saint refining treasure technique, was enough to provide them with a huge amount of energy to break through to the true God realm. The 4 people and 2 beasts refined the 2 heavenly God flesh shells together. Their aura continued to increase, and their cultivation base slowly became stronger. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. 7 days later, 6 powerful true God auras surged out continuously. The 4 people and 2 beasts had broken through to the true God level 1 after another. Lord Crocodile is also in the true God level. Wuxing Crocodile could not help but howl excitedly. From the immortal king realm to the true divinity realm, this was a huge qualitative change. Now that it had completed this qualitative change, one could clearly sense that its strength had increased by countless times. Beside them, Fanning Xiong Lingyan and the White Tiger were also excited. Baiziki and Yang Qi, on the other hand, had a gleam in their eyes. Consolidate my realm. Lin Tiandao. Baiziki, Lingyan, and the rest nodded and started to operate their ancient scriptures to consolidate their current real God cultivation. Just like that, another month passed in the blink of an eye. A month later, on this day, the 6 of them stood up one after another, stabilizing their current cultivation base. The true God aura they exuded stabilized. Let's go. Seeing that everyone's cultivation had completely stabilized, Lin Tian called for them to leave this place. Speaking of which, it has been more than a month. The 10 deities of the primal chaos race should be on this ancient road. I wonder where they are now. White Tiger said, I don't know where they are now, but they must be heading towards the depths of this ancient road because the world seed is there. Lin Tiandao said, "We don't have to worry about anything now. Let's go straight to the depths." He had promised Guqing that he would do his best to stop the primal chaos race and prevent them from snatching the world seed at the end of the ancient road. Therefore, he had to do his best. Even if the 10 deities of this bloodline were terrifying, he had to stop them. Now, the experts of the primal chaos race were at various positions on the ancient road. Their numbers were limited, so they could not go to every position to ambush them. Moreover, the 10 deities of the primal chaos race and the other peak divine realm experts of the primal chaos race were not a match for them. Now, there was only one choice, which was to go straight to the end of the ancient road. When he got there, he could either go and get the world seed himself, or he could engrave endless killing formations outside the special space where the world seed was. Then he could wait for the experts of the primal chaos race to come and kill them with the killing formations. As he thought about it, he could not help but frown as there were many uncertainties. Firstly, he might not be able to obtain the world seed. Secondly, with his current cultivation, the most powerful killing formation that he could inscribe could only kill an ordinary peak divine realm expert. It was impossible for him to deal with the 10 divine princes of the chaotic tribe. Forget it, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. In the end, he said to himself in his heart. He stopped thinking about it and rushed to the end of the ancient road at an extremely fast speed. At this time, they were already at the second half of the ancient road. They were about half a year away from the end of the ancient road. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart could be heard one after another. The group of people were flying at an extremely fast speed, almost shattering the void as they flew. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. Over 2 months later, on this day, this ancient road suddenly trembled violently. A wave of divine might that overflowed into the sky surged out, as if a terrifying, ferocious beast had awakened. That aura was extremely shocking, causing the group to tremble. The aura of an emperor god. Lin Tian was shocked. He looked at the ancient road behind him. An emperor god had entered the ancient road. Bai Ziki, Ling Yin, Fan Xiong, and the others naturally felt the aura, and all of them were shocked. At this time, there was another loud rumble. Another emperor god aura appeared, causing the ancient road to shake violently again. "You old fart, didn't you snatch the world seed and can't take it away? Why are you here?" A voice was heard. Lin Tian's expression changed when he heard this voice. The voice was too familiar. Wasn't it the voice of the heartless old gangster? That old fart came here? It's that old fart. The white tiger said. He also recognized the owner of the voice and could not help but stare. Boom! 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 Astonishing God Emperor auras interweaved and surged continuously. The old hoodlum seemed to be fighting with another God Emperor. Terrifying God Emperor auras surged, as if they were going to shatter this ancient road. Even though the group was very far away, they were still trembling slightly from the auras. However, the 2 Emperor God auras intertwined in a fixed area behind them and did not surge to this place. It seems that the other Emperor God is being held back by that old fart. He can't get away now. Whooshing Crocodile looked in that direction. It had seen the old gangster before, so it could recognize the old gangster's voice. Then, who is the other Emperor God? Lin Tian looked at the back of the ancient road. Strands of dragon light intertwined in his eyes as he sensed the fluctuation in the space. "If I'm not wrong, it should be the King of Chaos," he said. Chapter 1827. The 2 Emperor Gods' auras surged violently on the ancient road. The entire ancient road seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Lin Tian and the others were surprised. They did not expect the 2 Emperor Gods, the old hooligan and the King of Chaos, to be here. The group stood there and sensed the collision of the Emperor Gods' auras from afar. Then, after 10 breaths, the 2 Emperor Gods' auras began to fade away. The ancient road became stable again in the blink of an eye. It seems that they have fought their way out of this ancient road. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. He looked at the back of the ancient road for another 10 breaths. Then he beckoned the group to continue deeper. He had accepted Gu Qing's request. Now, the most important thing was to reach the end of the ancient road. He had to either get the world seed himself or stop the chaotic tribe from getting it. They maintained their speed. Soon, another month had passed. On this day, a tall man appeared behind them. He walked over from afar. His eyes were deep and indifferent. Humans. The man spoke. His voice was indifferent. The space around Lin Tian and the others trembled slightly. Ripples of intertwined, killing auras appeared and pressed down on the group mercilessly. Lin Tian's expression changed. Golden light intertwined on the surface of his body. He beckoned the group to dodge. They all moved dozens of feet away. You can dodge? You're slightly stronger than an ant. Seeing Lin Tian and the others dodge his killing aura, the tall man was slightly surprised. His voice was still indifferent. It was as if a god emperor was giving advice. Lin Tian looked at the man and his eyes narrowed. The blaze of chaos. You know about it? The tall man's gaze fell on Lin Tian. His expression was still indifferent. He guessed something. You heard about it from the other clansmen? Baiziki and the others were on guard against the tall man while looking at Lin Tian. Whooshing Crocodile frowned and said, This blaze of chaos, could it be? It was a young man, but the aura he exuded was very terrifying. He was at the peak of the heavenly god realm. And when Lin Tian called out this person's name, the group vaguely guessed this person's identity. He should be one of the 10 deities of the primal chaos clan. One of the 10 Shensis of the primal chaos race. Lin Tiandao, from the primal chaos tribe experts' Sea of Consciousness, he found out that the 10 strongest youths of the primal chaos tribe had arrived. Naturally, he also found out their names. All 10 of them were given the surname Primal Chaos by the King of Chaos. They were Primal Chaos Na, Primal Chaos G, Primal Chaos E, Primal Chaos U, Primal Chaos Wei, Primal Chaos End, Primal Chaos Truth, Primal Chaos Z, Primal Chaos Tin, and Primal Chaos Chi, of course. While knowing the names of these 10 people, he also searched for their appearances. Therefore, he recognized Han Dan Chi as soon as he appeared. As expected, Whooshing Crocodile looked at Han Dan Chi with a solemn expression. This person was indeed one of the 10 chaotic divine children. At the same time, Baiziki and the others looked at this person in front of them with a solemn expression. They felt a great pressure. Lin Tian looked at this person and could not help but frown. He did not expect to meet one of the 10 people so soon. While he was looking at this person, the other person was also looking at them. Although our goal is the world seed, we will kill all humans we see along the way. His voice was still indifferent. He waved his hand casually, and a large amount of killing light directly pressed down on Lin Tian and the others. The killing light was intertwined with a shocking chaotic aura. It was completely different from the chaotic aura of other ordinary chaotic tribe cultivators. It was very similar to the aura of M.O. Byron's chaotic body. Although it was far less dense than M.O. Byron's primitive chaotic aura, it was still very terrifying. It was so heavy that it was frightening. It was as if it could annihilate everything. Lin Tian felt a great pressure, but he was not afraid. He immediately held up the divine Tao Monarch's domain reincarnation diagram and faced it head-on. This was a peak heavenly god realm cultivator who had the ability to kill ordinary divine kings. He could not afford to be careless. He attacked with all his strength from the beginning. Boom! The divine Tao reincarnation diagram rumbled as it interweaved with the aura of the divine Tao, completely enveloping the surrounding space as it charged towards the blaze of chaos. At the same time, Baiziki and the others made their moves. Baiziki propped up the divine Roar Temple. Fan Yingxiong propped up the immortal Cracking Mountain. Little Taichu propped up the protection of the 4 spirits and Nympho Yangqi, and the others also used all their strength to attack the primordial blaze. That was because they all knew that the person before them possessed the battle prowess to kill ordinary god kings, so they couldn't hide their strength. The group of people took action at the same time. Heaven, overflowing divine, might surged, extremely horrifying. They could definitely easily kill ordinary, heavenly deities. Chi. With a soft sound, the divine light from the chaotic blaze was shattered. After all, it was just a casual attack from the other party. After that, the offensive divine power unleashed by Lin Tian and the others continued to press down on the chaotic blaze without slowing down. Thunder god body, barbarian king body. A faint light intertwined in the chaotic blaze's eyes. He was slightly moved by Ziki's thunder god body and Fan Ningxiong's barbarian king body. After all, king bodies were rare. At the same time, he was also slightly moved by the divine might of Yang Qi and the others because they were all very strong, especially when he saw Lin Tian's divine Tao reincarnation diagram. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Lin Tian. "You're not bad. You're all not bad. You're worth killing." With that, with a boom, a vast chaotic light rushed out of his body. With a sizzling sound, it shattered Lin Tian's divine Tao reincarnation diagram and the divine abilities and secret techniques unleashed by Ling Yun and the others. It also forced the group of people to retreat. "We're in trouble," Wuxing Crocodile said. Just the aura alone was enough to shatter their divine abilities and force them all back. This kind of power was too terrifying. This is equivalent to facing someone who is slightly stronger than ordinary god kings. This is a disaster. White Tiger gritted his teeth. "Retreat," Lin Tian said in a low voice. It was only this one word, and the group of people fled, being able to kill an ordinary early divine king. This primal chaos chi was indeed terrifying. He was definitely not someone they could contend against. The difference in cultivation was too great. If they fought him head-on, they would definitely be annihilated. Retreating was the wisest choice. Ziki and the others nodded. Immediately, the group of people turned into a beam of light and flew into the distance. The chaotic blaze's eyes were indifferent, and his expression was also indifferent. He took a casual step forward and caught up with the group of people in the blink of an eye. "Buzz!" A chaotic light seal appeared above his head. It was completely formed by the aura of chaos, causing the surrounding space to tremble and distort. It mercilessly pressed down on Lin Tian and the others, and at the same time sealed the space around them. Lin Tian's expression became extremely serious. At this time, there was no way to avoid it. The divine Tao reincarnation diagram was raised again to meet the opponent. Chapter 1828. In the face of Han Dan Qi, who could kill an ordinary godly king, Lin Tian and the rest did not hold back at all. All of them used their full strength. With a rumble, the surging divine power collided with Han Dan Qi's chaotic light seal. Then there was a sizzling sound one after another. The divine powers and secret skills that the group had used all their strength were all shattered. Moreover, the chaotic light seal did not shatter just like that. Although its power was much weaker, it still continued to press down. Bang! 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 Everyone, including Lin Tian, was pushed back by the impact. Their faces turned pale. In terms of numbers, the human race is the first in the world. However, in terms of strength, you humans are the weakest. You can't even withstand a single blow. Han Dan Qi looked at Lin Tiandao. His voice was very indifferent. There was no arrogance on his face, but it made people feel even more uncomfortable. That was because that indifference was a complete disdain for the human race. F***CK off. Why are you so arrogant? The human king is a human. He can destroy the entire chaotic tribe with a flick of his finger. The king of your tribe is nothing in front of him. Now, you, a heavenly god, dare to look down on the human race. Ling Yun was very unhappy. Before Lin Tian could speak, he cursed. Han Dan Qi glanced at Ling Yun. You know quite a lot. You even know about such an ancient existence. As he said that, his expression was still indifferent. The human king is very powerful. However, he has cultivated for countless years. As long as I have time, it's only a matter of time before I surpass him. Lin Tian was stunned when he heard that. Since he started cultivating until now, he has seen many arrogant people. All of them had arrogant attitudes, looking down at the world with disdain. But now, Han Qi didn't have such an attitude. However, he felt that Han Qi was the most arrogant person he has ever seen. The white tiger opened his mouth and said, "All right, you're good. I really don't know where you get the courage to say such words. You're so childish. How did you cultivate to the heavenly god realm?" And Ayani said, she had reincarnated from a very ancient era until now. Although she had never seen a mortal king with her own eyes, she was very clear on how frightening a mortal king was. Since ancient times, no matter how heaven-defying a king physique was, how exceptional a bloodline was, or how shocking a talent was, no one dared to say that they could surpass a mortal king. Saying such words would only make people laugh at their ignorance and stupidity. I can believe Miss Wu Yi's words. But who do you think you are? You dare to say that you have surpassed the human sovereign stage? There's something wrong with his head. Wuxing Crocodile curled its lips. The group of people looked at Han Dunqi. They were all injured, but their expressions were full of mockery. For the first time, Han Dunqi's expression turned cold. A group of humans and demons who were far weaker than him dared to refute him and look at him with mocking eyes. This made his eyes turn cold. An ant should act like an ant, he said coldly. With a hong sound, an even more terrifying aura surged. Peak heavenly deity might surged, suppressing all directions. He stepped forward, raised his hand directly, and formed the chaotic divine palm, slapping toward Lin Tian and the others. The power of this palm was even more frightening than the chaotic light seal just now. Facing this palm, Lin Tian and the others felt their hearts sink. Use your full strength, Lin Tian said in a low voice. Han Dunqi was indeed very frightening. His battle strength was too strong. A casual strike was enough to make them feel extremely pressured, let alone now that he was using a divine ability to suppress them. With a hong sound, he once again supported the divine path reincarnation diagram. At the same time, he displayed the 5 heavenly lightning divine technique and the other precious techniques, one after another. He also took out a true god-level precious weapon. Beside him, Baiziki and the others did not hold back either. They all took out their strongest divine techniques and true god-level precious weapons. These true god-level weapons were obtained by Lin Tian in a heavenly god-level ancient tomb. Everyone in the group was given one. With a rumble, the group attacked with all their might. The aura was extremely terrifying, and the surrounding void was directly shattered and annihilated. However, Han Dunqi's chaotic divine palm was too powerful. In the blink of an eye, it shattered all the divine techniques of the group. The vigorous palm continued to press down and landed on the group. In an instant, the group was sent flying at the same time. All of them were severely injured, and blood flowed out of their bodies. As ants, you are able to withstand my attacks for so long. I should praise you. You are really not bad. Han Dunqi's eyes were cold. He attacked again, and another chaotic divine palm pressed down. With a rumble, the chaotic divine palm this time was dozens of times stronger than before. It directly suppressed the surroundings. Just the aura alone was enough to shake the group to the point that they coughed up blood. Their faces became extremely pale, and it was even difficult for them to move. Damn it! It's over! The Wuxing Crocodile was shocked and furious. At this moment, it was suppressed by Han Dunqi's aura. It could not even struggle. It could only watch as Han Dunqi's chaotic divine palm pressed down. At this moment, if they were to take this attack head-on, they would not have any chance of survival. Baiziki and the others did not look good. They struggled with all their might, but they could not break free from Han Dunqi's suppression. Lin Tian was also suppressed. However, Compared to Baiziki and the others, he was still much stronger. After a short period of suppression, he broke free with his powerful divine power. He directly rushed to the sky and faced the chaotic divine palm with the chaotic emperor fist. Boy, dodge. Don't take it head-on. You will die. Wuxing Crocodile said anxiously, Get out of the way. Ling Yin also shouted. Lin Tian's body was full of golden divine light. The chaotic emperor fist became stronger. The divine path reincarnation diagram also surged out, erupting with an even stronger aura. At this moment, if he wanted to dodge, he could naturally do so. However, how could he? If he dodged, the chaotic divine palm pressed down by Hundan Qi would directly fall on Ling Yin and the others. In their current state, they would not be able to block it. He circulated the Sun Heart Sutra faster, and his aura became stronger. In the next moment, it collided with the chaotic divine palm. The divine path reincarnation diagram and the chaotic emperor fist that he had summoned were shattered on the spot. Then, the chaotic divine palm fell on Lin Tian's body. With a poof, his physical body was smashed into pieces. Blood, flesh, and broken bones flew all over the sky. However, the chaotic divine palm also dissipated. Boy, the power of the chaotic divine palm dissipated. Ling Yin and the others could move again. Seeing Lin Tian's physical body being smashed into pieces, they were all anxious. However, in the next moment, they were more or less relieved. In the void, broken flesh and broken bones gathered together. Lin Tian's physical body was reformed in the blink of an eye. You are tough. I will kill you first. Chapter 1829. The chaotic divine sword's aura was earth-shattering. Its divine might was oppressive as it slammed down. Little Taichu flapped its bright and clean wings and rushed forward. Baiziki and the others also rushed forward, wanting to help Lin Tian block the sword. However, their speed was far slower than the sword and they could not make it in time. Clang! The sword chimed. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic divine sword pressed down on Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian's aura was already very weak at this time. His face was very pale. However, there was still divine power in his body. He immediately held up the divine path reincarnation diagram and faced the attack. Boom! The divine path reincarnation diagram's aura was terrifying. It intertwined with divine light in all directions and faced the chaotic divine sword that was slashing down by chaotic blaze. With a loud boom, the two collided. The divine path reincarnation diagram that Lin Tian held up was instantly crushed. Then the chaotic divine sword slashed out by chaotic blaze landed directly on his body, causing his body to explode again. Blood floated in the air. There were pieces of flesh and bones everywhere. They wriggled quickly. Soon, Lin Tian reformed his body. Blood gushed out of his mouth as he gasped for breath. He had forcefully endured several fierce attacks from chaotic blaze. His current situation was extremely bad. He was completely on the verge of death. Chaotic blaze's eyes narrowed. A person in the middle stage of the true God realm had withstood several of his attacks consecutively. This was the first time he had met such a person. Interesting. You're more resilient than I thought. Then, let's see if you can survive another attack. Looking at Lin Tian, he had a condescending attitude. Chaotic light surged behind him and another chaotic divine sword appeared. It was even stronger than the previous one. Clang! He flicked his finger, and the sword directly pressed down on Lin Tian. The sharp sword aura immediately shattered the void in all directions. It pressed down on Lin Tian's head with a divine power that could destroy everything. Facing the sword, Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Although he knew that he could not block it, he still held up the reincarnation diagram. Only, the reincarnation diagram he propped up was shattered in the blink of an eye, unable to stop it at all. The momentum of the chaotic divine sword did not change at all. It even completely sealed the space around him, not giving him any chance to dodge. The mighty power of destruction pressed down on his head. It was also at this time that the little Taichu approached at the fastest speed. Seeing Lin Tian's weak appearance at this time, its big eyes were filled with anxiety and anger. All the hair on its body stood on end, and the six-colored divine radiance suddenly surged. In the next moment, a world of light emerged from its body. Inside it, immortal mountains and divine mountains were connected to each other, and divine rivers were connected to each other. Every inch of space was filled with extremely dense immortal radiance, and its aura was extremely vast. The Chaos Divine Sword slashed down and fell into the light world, disappearing without a trace in an instant. This is Lin Tian was visibly moved. At the same time, Wuxing Crocodile, Lingyan, and the others were also shocked. It's that Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. This light world was obviously the broken primordial immortal world that the primordial immortal emperor had put into the little guy's body back then. It did not expect the little guy to call out this great world from his body at this time. Even the little Taichu was a little surprised. It looked up at the primordial immortal world that had appeared from its body. Just now, when it saw that Lin Tian was severely injured and in extreme danger, it was very angry and activated the divine power in its body. Then, the primordial immortal world appeared. It did not propel it up on its own. It did not have the ability to do so now, just like the rainbow divine sword in Lin Tian's body. Looking at the primordial immortal world, propped up by the little Taichu, Han Chi's eyes moved slightly. He snorted coldly and formed the chaos divine sword again. This time, the sword was 10 times stronger than the previous one, and it slashed down mercilessly. However, this time, just like before, when the sword fell into the primordial immortal world, it was immediately disintegrated. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He said to the little Taichu, "Little guy, take him in." As little Primal held up the primordial immortal world, and as primal chaos blazes 2 consecutive attacks were easily neutralized, he immediately thought of many things. Although primal chaos blaze was very powerful, and his battle prowess was unparalleled, he was still only at the heavenly god realm. However, the little fellow was holding up a true great world that was not any weaker than the immortal region. It was not something that was formed from divine power, and such a true great world contained boundless divine might. It was definitely not something a mere heavenly god realm cultivator could contend against. With the primordial immortal world propped up by the little guy as a killing weapon, they could definitely turn the tide of this battle. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the little Taichu immediately nodded. With a flap of its wings, it directly controlled the propped-up primordial immortal world and turned into a ray of 6-colored divine light. It flew toward Han Chi, pressing down on him with the propped-up primordial immortal world. Very unusual, but no big deal. Han Chi's voice was cold. "I'll end you with one blow." As soon as he finished speaking, a divine sword covered in ancient runes rushed out of his body with a boom. It was a heavenly god weapon. Holding this heavenly god weapon divine sword, he was surrounded by vast and mighty chaotic light and chaotic flames. He held the divine sword and slashed at the little Taichu. Ka! The surrounding void was instantly annihilated. This terrifying sword was enough to kill an ordinary early-stage divine king. It seemed like everything would be destroyed by this attack. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the little Taichu. Its power was terrifying. However, in the next moment, when this sword collided with the primordial immortal world, all the divine power on it was instantly annihilated. For the first time, Han Chi was truly moved. His face turned cold as he held the heavenly god weapon divine sword and quickly retreated. However, at this moment, purple lightning flashed in the sky, and a purple sea of lightning appeared. Lin Tian held up the 5 Thunder Divine Territory, a domain-type divine power, and instantly appeared behind the retreating Han Chi. "Get in," he said, coldly. He raised his hand and threw out a Chaos Emperor punch with all the divine power he had left. With a boom, he jumped and moved with the 5 Thunder Divine Territories domain-type divine power, and then threw out this punch. The punch was naturally very fast. Han Chi, who was retreating, had no time to dodge or even turn around. The punch landed directly on his back. Bam! With a muffled sound, Han Chi was sent flying and fell directly into the primordial immortal world that little Taichu was holding up. After landing in the primordial immortal empire, Han Dan Chi raised his head to look at Lin Tian. His expression was extremely cold. He was a peak heavenly god who could kill ordinary early-stage god kings, but now he was struck by a mid-stage true god human. To him, this was a humiliation. Looking at Lin Tian, his voice was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with bone-chilling, murderous intent. Lowly human, kill! As he spoke, his words suddenly stopped, and his expression changed drastically. What's going on? Chapter 1830. Falling into the primordial immortal empire. Han Dan-chi's expression changed completely. He could not use the divine power in his body, and the heavenly god-tier divine sword in his hand dimmed to its lowest point. It was as if it had turned into an ordinary sword. Damn it! He was not an ordinary person. He glanced at the immortal god world and instantly guessed that this had something to do with the primordial immortal empire. He leaped up, even though he could not use his divine power. He leaped high into the air with pure physical strength. In the blink of an eye, he was at the edge of the primordial immortal empire's light barrier that was held up by little Taichu. He stepped out with one foot. However, at this moment, Lin Tian stepped forward and appeared in front of him. You still want to escape? With a cold smile, Lin Tian slapped Han Dan-chi slap. The slap landed firmly on Han Dan-chi's face, and he fell into the primordial immortal empire again, leaving 5 bloody fingerprints on his face. Human! Han Dan-chi fell to the ground, his eyes filled with bone-chilling coldness. He was slapped by someone weaker than him. Lin Tian stood in the void and sneered. He then said to little Taichu, "Little guy, control the primordial immortal empire. Don't freeze my divine power later." He could clearly sense that Han Dan-chi's divine power had completely disappeared. He naturally knew the reason. It was suppressed by the primordial immortal empire. Yeah. Little Taichu called out in a childish voice. Lin Tian stepped forward and entered the primordial immortal empire. Because of little Taichu's control, his divine power was still there. Although it was very weak, it was still there. He stepped in front of Han Dan-chi and slapped him again. Slap! The slap was loud and clear. Han Dan-chi was directly hit, and he was sent flying dozens of feet away in the primordial immortal empire. Han Dan-chi was furious. You! Swoosh! The sound of the air breaking rang out. Lin Tian stepped forward, his speed extremely fast. He appeared in front of Han Dan-chi in the blink of an eye and slapped him again. With a smack, Han Dan-chi was slapped for the 3rd time. He spat out a mouthful of blood and a tooth fell out of his mouth. Wu Xing, Crocodile, Ling Yin, and the others couldn't help but stare at this scene. In the next moment, Wu Xing, Crocodile laughed loudly. He naturally guessed that the powerful primordial chaos blaze's sudden fall into such a state had something to do with little Taichu's primordial immortal empire. Little guy, don't suppress Lord Crocodile, Wu Xing Crocodile said and stepped into the primordial immortal empire. Like Lin Tianyi, he was unaffected. He immediately came to Han Dan-chi, who had just stabilized himself after being sent flying by Lin Tian. He laughed wildly and said, "Little Chi, every dog has its day. Come, come, come. Let's not talk too much. Let's eat your grandpa Crocodile's claw first." It was merciless. Just like Lin Tianyi, it slapped Han Dan-chi's cheek. Han Dan-chi was very powerful and could kill an ordinary god king. However, his divine power was now suppressed by the primordial immortal empire. His reaction speed was greatly reduced. He couldn't avoid Wu Xing Crocodile's attack at all. Smack! With a muffled sound, Hun Dun-chi was sent flying again. His teeth mixed with blood fell out again. Outside the primordial immortal empire, Ling Yun glared. Then he clenched his fist and stepped into the primordial immortal empire, propped up by little Taichu. He went directly to Hun Dun-chi, who hadn't stabilized himself. Little Chi, eat your grandpa Ling's ultimate kick. His foot landed directly on Hun Dun-chi's crotch. With a bang, Hun Dun-chi's entire face was distorted. Little pervert, you're ruthless. White Tiger laughed and stepped into the primordial immortal empire. He copied Ling Yan's action and kicked Hun Dun-chi's crotch. Then, Baiziki, Fanning Xiong, and the rest stepped into the primordial immortal empire one after another. They surrounded Hun Dun-chi and beat him up violently. In the end, even little Taichu entered the primordial immortal empire itself. Its little claws hit Hun Dun-chi's face with all its might. Hun Dun-chi was infuriated to the extreme. Being beaten by a group of people and spirit creatures who were weaker than him, his face was twisted to the extreme. He was no longer as indifferent and cold as he was at the beginning. His face turned ferocious. Damn it, you! Bang! Lin Tian lifted his leg and kicked him hard in the chest, interrupting his words. At the side, Ling Yun and the rest didn't stop. They continued to attack with all their might. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Weren't you very powerful? Come, come. Grandpa Ling will let you fight with both hands. Then, eat your Grandpa Ling's ultimate kick. Didn't you say you were going to surpass the human king? How did you end up like this? This is too outrageous. I'll beat you until you can't even recognize your own mother. A group of people surrounded Hun Dun-chi. They didn't kill him. Instead, they beat him up with all their might. In the blink of an eye, Hun Dun-chi's face was bruised and swollen. All his teeth were broken, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Boom! 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 Suddenly, thousands of waves of divine power appeared in the distant sky. They were all very powerful and were rapidly approaching this place. In the next moment, thousands of figures crossed this place in the blink of an eye. All of them were surrounded by chaotic energy. 9 young men led the group. Among the 9, 5 were peak heavenly gods, and 4 were half-step divine kings. Their auras were very frightening. Chi deity. How is this possible? When they arrived at this place, the thousands of people naturally saw Hun Dun-chi being beaten up by Lin Tianyi and the rest in the primordial immortal empire. Other than the 9 young men in the lead, the rest of the chaotic tribe cultivators were shocked and in disbelief. At the same time, Lin Tianyi and the rest naturally saw the thousands of chaotic tribe cultivators. They couldn't help but stop beating Hun Dun-chi. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The 10 chaotic deities are all here. He glanced at Hun Dun-chi, and his gaze fell on the 9 young men in front of the thousands of people. He smiled coldly. Whooshing Crocodile and the rest naturally noticed the 9 people. After all, their auras were very different from the thousands of chaotic tribe cultivators. White Tiger vaguely guessed the 9 people's identities. He asked Lin Tiandao, "Are they the other 9 deities of the chaotic tribe?" "Yes." Lin Tian nodded. Baiziki glanced at the 9 young men and said in a low voice, "They're all very strong, even stronger than Hun Dun-chi." That's because Hun Dun-chi is ranked last among the 10 deities of the tribe. Lin Tiandao. As he said this, he looked at the thousands of chaotic tribe cultivators and couldn't help but frown. He remembered that there were only about 10,000 chaotic tribe cultivators who had entered this ancient road. Now, thousands of chaotic tribe cultivators had appeared in this place, and they were led by the 9 deities of the chaotic tribe. This indirectly reflected the situation, which was that most of the other Emperor's Academy disciples who had stepped onto this ancient road had probably been wiped out. Outside the primordial immortal empire, among the thousands of chaotic tribe cultivators, the 9 young men in the lead were indeed the other 9 deities of the chaotic tribe. At this moment, their eyes narrowed slightly when they saw Hun Dun-chi in the primordial immortal empire. Previously, Hun Dun-chi was the first to step out of the chaotic world and onto this ancient road. For some reason, the 9 of them entered later. At this time, they had cleared all the human tribe cultivators and other obstacles in the first half of the ancient road and led thousands of chaotic tribe cultivators deeper into the ancient road. They didn't expect to see this scene in this place. Have you seen enough? Help. Chapter 1831. The 10 divine princes of the chaotic tribe were the strongest of the younger generation. Hun Hun-chi was trapped in the primordial immortal empire, and the other 9 divine princes were watching. After Hun-chi spoke, one of them immediately attacked, throwing out a ray of chaotic light. Clang! The chaotic light vibrated, turning into an extremely sharp sword aura. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the primordial immortal empire. The sword was extremely terrifying, and it was intertwined with an extremely terrifying murderous aura. However, when it landed in the primordial immortal empire, it was completely useless. In the blink of an eye, it was devoured by the primordial immortal empire, turning into streaks of light and disappearing without a trace. This, a divine prince's attack, how is this possible? The group of chaotic tribe cultivators was shocked. The one who attacked was Hun-chi, a half-step divine king. He was the first divine prince of the chaotic tribe, and that sword could definitely kill an early-stage divine king. However, when it entered the primordial immortal empire, it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Beside him, Hun-chi, Hun-i, Hun-chi, Hun-hun-wei, Hun-hun-chi, Hun-di, Hun-hun-zi, and Hun-hun, she could not help but frown. They stared at the primordial immortal empire held up by the little Tai-chu, and a strange light flashed in their eyes. This is the divine prince of the chaotic tribe? One of the 10 strongest of the younger generation? How weak. In the primordial immortal empire, the white tiger spoke. Naturally, he could tell that the attacker was one of the 10 divine princes of the chaotic tribe. Knowing that the little guy could hold up the primordial immortal empire, he did not care at all. What did you say? Outside the primordial immortal empire, the chaotic tribe cultivators stared coldly at the white tiger. I said that your divine prince is weak, very weak, very weak. So what? If you don't like it, come bite me. The white tiger extended one of its claws and hooked its claws at the group of chaotic tribe cultivators. The group of primal chaos tribe cultivators were naturally enraged, but they were not stupid. It was obvious that their Chi Shensi was trapped because of the primordial immortal world that enveloped the white tiger, Lin Tian, and the others. Moreover, their first Shensi's powerful attack that could kill an early-stage divine king was also annihilated by the primordial immortal world. Why would they foolishly charge in? How cowardly! No one dares to come here. The white tiger was filled with disdain. Lin Tian glanced at it before turning to little Tai-chu and asking, "Little guy, can you manipulate the primordial immortal empire's attacks?" Little rascal blinked its large eyes and gave it a try. Then it shook its head. Right now, the primordial immortal empire was not supported by itself. Being able to use it to defend and suppress others was already its limit. It could not be used to attack. Human, let him go. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang out. At the front of the thousands of chaotic tribe cultivators, Hun Dun spoke up and ordered Lin Tianyi and the others to release Hun Dun-chi from the primordial immortal world. Is that possible? Lin Tian looked at this person. These chaotic tribe cultivators had jumped from the chaotic world to this ancient road and massacred wantonly. Now, they were actually asking them to release Hun Dun-chi, who was suppressed by them. What a joke! Let him go and send him out. Otherwise, what awaits you will be eternal torture and a hell worse than death, Hun Dun-dun said. When he said this, there was no coldness in his eyes. He was very calm and full of disdain for Lin Tianyi and the others from the bottom of his heart. This attitude naturally made Lin Tian very uncomfortable. Therefore, he waved his hand, and Hun Dun Chi's divine weapon, level divine, sword appeared in his hand. In front of Hun Dun Dun Dun, he slashed down with the sword and cut off Hun Dun Chi's left arm. With a puff, blood splattered in all directions. Hun Dun Chi let out a muffled groan. Because his divine power was frozen and his cultivation was suppressed to 0, he couldn't regenerate his arm at this time. Blood flowed continuously from the cut of his arm and dyed the ground red in the blink of an eye. Damn human! How dare you do this? You're courting death! Outside the primordial immortal empire, a group of chaotic tribe cultivators were shocked and furious. They had slaughtered their way into the ancient road from the primal chaos world, and in the past year or so, they had killed many human cultivators with ease. But now a human cultivator, a true divinity human cultivator, had cut off the arm of their clan's blazing Shensi. This infuriated them, and their faces were filled with killing intent. Hun Dun 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 Nai and the other 8 Shensi of the chaotic tribe naturally darkened their faces. Hun Dun Nai looked at Lin Tian and said coldly, "Do you know the consequences of hurting my people?" "I don't know what the consequences will be. I only know what the situation is now. Now, there's nothing you can do except glare at me." Lin Tian Ondao. As he said this, he raised his sword and cut off Hun Dun Chi's other arm. More blood splattered. At this moment, the chaotic tribe cultivators were even more shocked and furious. Hun Dun Nai's eyes became a little threatening. "The light barrier you've propped up is extraordinary, but it can only defend and not attack. Moreover, how long can you hold it up? When you can't hold it up anymore, what awaits you will be endless torture. So what?" Lin Tianling said. As he said this, he cut off Hun Dun Chi's left leg with another slash. At this time, the little guy couldn't hold up the entire primordial immortal world. The part that he could hold up could only occupy about 100 feet of space. Even so, this greatly depleted the little guy's divine power. Of course, he couldn't hold it up forever. He had already sensed this. And once the little guy couldn't hold up the primordial immortal world anymore, the outcome would be huge trouble for them. However, even so, they couldn't give in to the other party. This undoubtedly made Hun Dun Nai and the others' faces turn even colder. However, they couldn't do anything at this time because the primordial immortal world propped up by little Taichu was too powerful for them to break through. Human. In the primordial immortal world, only Hun Dun Chi's right leg was left. His face was ferocious and cold as he stared at Lin Tian. "How dare you look so ferocious when you're a prisoner? You don't have any awareness of being a prisoner. You're asking for a beating." Lin Tian raised his hand and cut off the last leg of Hun Dun Chi. He looked at Hun Dun Chi, and the divine sword that belonged to Hun Dun Chi intertwined with cold light. He paused and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Then he thought of something. Then he raised his hand and intertwined with golden divine light to envelop Hun Dun Chi as one of the top 10 strongest of the younger generation of the chaotic tribe. You've even been bestowed with the blood of a chaotic king to refine your body. You should be quite rich, right? He sneered. His divine power surged, along with the power of his divine consciousness, forcibly entering Hun Dun Chi's body and consciousness. Soon he forcibly extracted a large pile of treasures, all of which were intertwined with divine light. This is... I poke. As expected of one of the top 10 strongest of the younger generation of the chaotic tribe. These treasures are really... I'm rich.